need to have a place to hide certain. Yeah, yeah. No, that's fine. Well, you have to make yourself known to the inspector, but he'll do a sort of thing. So you can have a seat up here. You're going to speak.
As we caused this. We caused this. Look at this bloody paper and people and incredible. Hello, Polly's dad. Hello, Polly's dad.
So, yeah, so yeah.
5. Siobhan. Yeah, yeah.
I've never been to Parliament. He's refusing it. Thank you. Especially PMQ. So it's what he said. Freelance. So yeah. Sea view.
Some guy's gonna speak. Who's the
Right. This is what we want to put in. So this is
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I can hear myself. Can everyone hear?
Yeah.
Excellent. If you've got a mobile phone, I'd be grateful if you could either switch it off, or if you can't bear to switch it off, can you switch it to silent, please? Where my phone will ring. My name is George Baird. I'm a chartered town planner. I'm the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this inquiry and to determine the appeal under Section 78 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 made by Include Properties Kettering Limited against the failure of the Northamptonshire Council to give notice within the prescribed period of a decision on an application for the erection of 5 Big 8 warehouse buildings and 1 Big 2 general industry building, total of 33,166 square meters in total. Service yards, parking, drainage, landscaping, 2 substations and a pumping station on land at Kettering North Weekly Wood Lane. If you'd all make yourselves familiar with the emergency evacuation procedures, all clearly signed. Are we likely to have a fire alarm test at any time during the night? I heard the no there, but I'm not sure where. Right. This morning there is a colleague from the planning inspector here. She's only here to observe the proceedings and will play no part in the inquiry or my assessment of the merits of the appeal. Does anyone have any objection to my sharing breaks of lunch with her? Okay. I'll ask who appears for the appellants.
Sarah, put on your table, just at the far left-hand side, there's an appearance sheet that I've done. Keep going. My name is Zach Simon, sir. I'm a barrister who's instructed alongside my colleague Isabella Bueno, who sits on the second row towards the right at the back. Both barristers instructed by Nikita Sellers at Town Legal, who sits immediately to my right. And so the plan is that we're going to call 6 witnesses, I think broadly in this order. So first, Mr. Barry Shepherd, who sits a few down on my right. Mr. Shepherd is Director of Transport Planning and Director of Transport Planning and Highway Solutions Limited. He'll be addressing you at the Highways Roundtable later on. Next, Mr. Tim Goodwin, who sits immediately behind me. Mr. Goodwin is Managing Director of Ecology Solutions Limited. He will be appearing at the Ecology Roundtable. Third, she's not here at the moment. She's not feeling great, but we're hoping to get her later on today or tomorrow morning. Mrs. Claire Brockhurst, who's Director of Leighton Place Limited. She'll be giving evidence on landscape and visual impacts. Fourth, Mr. Gilbert Barley, who sits behind me to my left. He's a Director at Edison's and will be speaking on the topic of market demand. Fifthly, Mr. Roland Bolton, who's down there at the end on the front row. He's a Senior Director at DLP Planning, and he's also the Head of DLP's Strategic Planning Research Unit. He'll present evidence on employment, land need and economic benefits. He'll also be the person who's speaking for us at this roundtable session that we'll come to on sites and pipeline sites. And then sixthly, Mr. Simon James, who's a couple down on my right, who's the founder and managing director of DLP Planning, who will be giving the planning evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Simons. And who appears for the local planning authority?
I do. There is a list of attendance appearances on behalf of the LPA. Unfortunately, we've got a printing problem this morning, so I'll have to read it out and you'll get a hard copy in a moment. I'm David Forsdick, King's Counsel. That's FORSDICK. I'm here with Georgina Fenton, instructed by the solicitor to the council. We're going to be calling 4 witnesses. Felicity Webber, who I think is sitting back there, way sort of. Greg Ward, who is not here yet, I think. Sean Bennett on planning. Oh, sorry. And then 2 people who are here for the Highways Roundtable, just to answer any questions you may have on highways. That's Shivang Patel and Martin Draper. And as you know, so we're not participating in the Ecology Roundtable.
The 4 witnesses. You've got 3 witnesses and 2 participants.
3 witnesses and 2 highway participants to assist you if you've got any questions outstanding on the highway sessions.
And for the Rule 6 party, Ian Wheatley and Paul Wood.
Okay, please you sir, I appear on behalf of Save Wheatley Wood. I'm Paul Stinchcombe of STINCHCOMBE. I'm of King's Counsel. I'm instructed by Miss Alice Goodenough of Harrison Grant Ring Solicitors. So we'll be calling 7 witnesses, and I anticipate them to be in this order. You've got their proofs and all rebuttals as appropriate already. Ms. Alison Holland will be dealing on behalf of the Highways Roundtable. Then we have Mr. Adam Riley and Ms. Catherine Bannon who will be dealing on our behalf with the Ecology Roundtable. But then we have the following witnesses on the local impacts of the proposal. Ms. Frances O'Dowd, Mr. Christopher Shaw, and Mr. James Dell. And then finally, on the planning issues, the planning policy in particular, planning balance, we have Mr. Martin Crook, the CPAC.
Thank you, Mr. Stinchcombe. Now, is there anyone else who wishes to make representations? I've got a list of 5 names already. I'll read these names out, and if you put your hand up and identify yourself, and then I'll ask if there's anyone else. Ms. Selleck. Mr. Geary. Thank you. Mr. Gemmell. Mr. Padwick. Ms. Siddington.
Tomorrow evening for me.
Tomorrow evening.
Yes.
Is there anyone else who wishes to make representations? I'll start with the lady there.
Helen Norman.
You, sir?
David Humer, looks like Meagher, Meagher, please, sir.
Could you spell that again? I'm sorry. I didn't.
Like the actor, Meagher.
I'll take them in the order that I've read them out. So when it comes to the time, I'll call on you first, myself. Happy with that. Is the press present? A copy of the decision will be published on the planning inspector's portal. The council is live streaming the event. Yes, it's working.
I was going to say, I don't think the link's yet functioning.
Yeah, there's a problem with the configuration, which I don't know how to fix.
So at some stage it may be live streamed. Does anyone else wish intending to film the proceedings?
Yeah, this is live streaming from the SWHW page, so it is live streaming.
You are?
I'm James Dell.
Does anyone object to appearing on the screen? I once did a rather long inquiry where my grandchildren watched me on YouTube, and the only response I got, well, apart from one word that I won't repeat, but it's boring. I don't think they lasted very long. I have a copy of the council's letter of notification and the lists of persons notified. Did you receive a copy? So, Mr. Stinchcombe. Now, in response to the letter of notification, I received 182 representations. I don't intend to read out all the list of names, but they should be. You've had copies of representations. Have any other letters been received by the council?
I've asked a question, and so far we haven't identified.
A representation sent in at the time of the application and those was sent in after the notification of appeal will be taken into account. In terms of procedure, I will identify what I consider the main matters on which the decision will turn. There may be other matters, and the fact that I don't raise them doesn't prevent anyone raising them. Advocates for the appellant, the council, and Save Weekly Hall Woods may make brief opening statements, and these should be no longer than 15 minutes. I will now hear from those interested persons who wish to make representations, and we've had an indication that someone wants to speak tomorrow night, so that there is an evening session arranged for tomorrow evening, 6:30 to 9 p.m. And a second evening session has been arranged for Tuesday, the 6th of December, between 6:30 and 9 p.m. I think we'll review the situation later on in the week as to whether it will be necessary. And I'll look to you, Mr. Stinchcombe, to advise me whether you're aware if there's anyone else who wishes to make representations on that evening. Evidence will be heard on a topic basis using a mix of roundtable and formal presentation of evidence and cross-examination. The topics to be covered are transportation and highways, ecology, employment, land, capacity and need, community impact, planning policy and the planning balance. The roundtable sessions will deal with transportation and highways, ecology and employment sites. And then towards the end of the inquiry, there'll be a roundtable session on planning conditions and the Section 106 agreement. Landscape, other matters to do with employment, land need and demand, community impact and policy will be dealt with as formal inquiries sessions. That cover everything? Yes. In these sessions, where appropriate, the council will present its evidence first, followed by the Save Weekly Hall Wood, and finally the appellant. My witnesses will be open to question, and I may have some questions. And the fact that I may ask more questions of one party than another should not be seen that I've come to any conclusion on this proposal. Once I've heard the evidence from the parties, I'll ask again if there's anyone else who wishes to make representations. And as indicated, the evidence will be followed by a roundtable session dealing with suggested conditions and the Section 106 agreement. I have a list of draft conditions, and I will endeavour to provide initial comments to you before the end of the week. The fact that we will deal in detail with conditions does not mean that I've reached any conclusion or that I'm minded to allow the appeal. It is part of the process that I'm required to go through during the inquiry. A timetable has been prepared and it should be available on the inquiry website. Yes. Yes. Has anyone any difficulties with those arrangements? Look to adjourn for lunch around 1 o'clock and finish for the day around 4:45. And I look to you to identify during the morning and afternoon sessions appropriate times to take a break. Tomorrow, and if necessary, next Wednesday, we'll adjourn earlier to arrive for the evening sessions. Tomorrow and next week, I'll look to you to identify an appropriate time when we can adjourn for the evening session. You've got time in mind that. How long's a piece of string?
I'm just thinking about which witnesses need to be available tomorrow.
So the length of a piece of string is twice as long as half its length.
I'll remember that. Are you happy to start at 9:30 AM for the remainder of the day? I have visited the site, I have viewed it from public vantage points, but after the inquiry closes, I'll be making an accompanied site visit. And if there are any other locations that you want me to visit, if you can agree sort of itinerary between yourselves, so that you know where we're going. But we'll towards the end of the inquiry, we'll formalise that particular part of the event.
I just mentioned that we had actually built in the ability to have site visits for the company fund on the Tuesday afternoon next week, if that fits, because by then all the landscape evidence and some would have been dealt with. That would just be an actual slot in the timeline, but obviously we have.
If we work on the basis that it will be a visit after the inquiry and reviews later on. In terms of plans, can the council confirm that the list of plans referred to in the statement of common ground contains a full list of plans detailing the proposal to be determined? There's quite a lot. I don't intend to read them all out.
We can, although I should say there is an issue with some of the plans on the website, maybe not being the right ones. So I've asked that to be checked. But yes, the list of plans is correct. Whether they're properly replicated on the website is another matter.
I've been provided with a hard copy set of the plans. Are they?
They'll be right.
They follow the list that's in the statement of common ground.
Yes, I don't know.
In terms of proofs of evidence for the appellant, I have from Mr. James a summary proof, and an appendix with an errata. Mr. Goodwin, summary proof, appendices, and a rebuttal proof. Mr. Bolton, summary proof, appendices, and a rebuttal proof. Mr. Harvey, proof and appendices.
Yes.
And from Ms. Brockhurst, proof and appendices.
Yeah.
And finally, Mr. Shepherd, summary proof, appendices, and rebuttal.
Correct.
You've all got those? Yeah. From the council, I have from Mr. Bennett a proof and an employment and B note. Mr. Ward, proof of appendix. And from Ms. Weber, proof, appendices, and rebuttal. And the proof and appendices are those originally produced by Mr. Lyons, which he has adopted almost in full, almost according, apart from expression. The professional judgments are second. We've got copies of those. And finally, for Save Weekly Hall Woods, I have from Mr. Dell a proof and appendices. Ms. Bannon, proof, appendices, and rebuttal. Mr. Riley, proof, appendices, and the rebuttal proof. Ms. Holland, proof and rebuttal. Ms. O'Dowd, proof, appendices, and rebuttal proof. Mr. Shaw, a proof, appendices, and the rebuttal proof. And from Mr. Crook, a proof, appendix, and the rebuttal proof.
Yes,
that covers it.
thank you.
You've all got those? Now, the matters to be addressed. Has the council failed to determine the application submitted putative reasons for refusal? And initially, the council listed 8 putative reasons for refusal. Following the agreement of the Highways Statement of Common Ground, reasons 5, 6 and 7 have been withdrawn. That's correct?
Correct.
So based on the reasons for refusal, the main matters to be addressed are whether the proposal would accord with the objectives of the Joint Core Strategy Policy 36, and if not, whether there are any material considerations that justify the proposal, the effect on the character and appearance of the area, and finally, the effect on biodiversity. You're happy that that covers the main issues that are to be considered? Now, there are 3 things that happened yesterday after I left travel here. There was a summary of sites produced. There was a report, Industrial and Logistics Market 2014.
Yeah.
The plan that I asked for, which is a variation of one of the plans in Mr. Goodwin's proof.
Yes.
But I asked for the local wildlife sites to be overlaid the proposed layout.
Yeah.
Got copies, Mr. Stinch? Yes, sir. Mr. Crossley? That's some of your colleagues are not very good at sharing.
Well, before you leave documents, there is one more that I've shared with my friends already. It's I'll explain what it is. I don't think there's any objection to it going. Say it's an aerial photograph of the area, including your site, with the existing warehouse buildings that are already there or thereabouts, numbered, and a table that explains who's in each, which the occupier is of each of those units, and how large each of those units is.
When you say large, do you mean floor
Size? Yeah, floor space. Sorry, exactly. Floor space sizes, so that you can appreciate the. Some of this stuff's already sort of in the evidence, but in different places. But this is all just on the table for you.
Any objections, Mr. Forster? No.
Then so do you think about doing sort of ID numbering? Just see how it goes.
I'm hoping that there are going to be no more documents.
Stop it.
Brings me on to 2 more items. One was the agenda for the employment sites. I've got it as an email, but could I have a printed copy?
We actually got that printed already.
The last item I want to raise relates to the dimensions of the units. I find all the floor space figures throughout the evidence. They're usefully summarised in the table. Somebody's evidence. I can't remember whose. It was Mr. Bolton. But could I have, and they are on the plans, but they require opening a lot of plans and doing some maths.
We can do this.
What I want is length, width, and height.
Okay. Length, width, and height.
Units. Someone's going to tell me it's already there. I haven't seen it yet.
Length, width, and height. And plus total area or
Fine, I understood. I'll just say we've done that exercise, so we'll copy our table over to you, so you can decide on which side very much of it. We'll get that.
And if it's possible for you to agree the height of existing units adjacent to the site. It could be a guesstimate, but if you can agree an approximate, it's just for reference, so I can look at the proposed units in the context of the existing estate. And finally, again, an estimate that you can all agree in terms of the height of the surrounding woodland. So that I can, again, for reference, so that I can.
So we want to try and agree the length, width and height of the proposed units, the height of the nearby existing units and the height of the woodland.
It's just to give me a reference point. Anything you wish to raise, Mr. Stitchcombe, before we move on? Positive? Mr. Simons, if you could open for your file.
So you'll, yeah, it's immediately behind the sheet that I handed up Thursday. So this part of Northamptonshire, close to what's referred to as the Golden Triangle, is one of the most important areas for industrial and logistics uses in the country. In 2016, this council, it was, as I said in the footnote, at the time the core strategy was adopted, Kettering Borough Council, but of course it's been unitary since 2021. This council adopted a plan, the North Northamptonshire 2016 core strategy. And that plan intended to take advantage of this location to achieve major economic growth. This appeal site is a central part of that strategy. Indeed, the council tells us that the site's allocation, this is in Mr. Bennett's evidence, plays an important role, not only for Kettering, but also in the wider North Northamptonshire economy. The starting point in the core strategy's recognition of the need to deliver many more industrial and logistics sites to support its employment targets, which aim for a net increase of a minimum of 31,100 jobs in this area by 2031, well over halfway into the planned period, which runs to 2031. The council is still many thousands of jobs short of achieving that target. To facilitate that delivery, the council identified 4, quote, growth towns, of which Kettering is one, and those are to take the, quote, greatest share of new housing and the focus of employment, retail and leisure development. Kettering is to be a focus for infrastructure investment and higher order facilities to support major employment. It is, the plan tells us, the main employment centre in North Northamptonshire. The appeal site within the settlement boundary to the north of Kettering, next to existing commercial development, is part of a wider site allocated in the plan as a major opportunity to develop employment uses and a sustainable location within a top-tier settlement to help deliver some of the jobs and economic growth envisaged. The core strategy allocated this site for a minimum of 40 hectares of B1, B2 and small-scale B8 development, together with approximately 3 hectares of leisure-related uses. The central issue for you to decide in this inquiry is whether or not the scheme falls within that description in the allocation policy. In approaching that issue, the starting point is to recognise that when it comes to how and in what sectors employment growth is to be delivered, the strategy and the plan was always intended to be flexible, but whether you'd be forgiven for missing that from the council's evidence to this inquiry. The policies are the council tells us intended to operate as a flexible, enabling framework in order to deliver the minimum jobs targets. And the plan itself says that given the challenges that Northamptonshire is facing in delivering economic growth, the plan does not seek to be overly prescriptive. The specific mix between uses, that's to say between B1, B2 and B8 uses, is not prescribed in the policy. That was deliberate. The plan is trying to avoid the kind of micromanagement that the council now tries to crowbar into this appeal. The mix of uses proposed in the scheme for use policy compliant, and it reflects the areas of greatest need and demand. The jobs figures which underpinned this allocation necessarily implied, as Mr. Bolton shows, that over 2/3 of the allocation's overall floor space is going to be B8 use. There is, the plan makes clear, a significant oversupply of B1 land compared to market demand and a requirement for additional B8 land. That imbalance was reiterated in the more recent Northamptonshire Housing and Economic Needs Assessment, which was undertaken by ICNE on behalf of this council, which shows that delivery of industrial land has failed to keep pace with demand, and that the vast majority of that demand is for B8 premises, particularly for smaller, which is what ICNE call non-strategic, or they also call non-large B8, which is defined by ICNE as B8 units, which are under 9,000 square metres. The plan, consistently with all the other reports prepared by the council specialist advisors in this area, makes a clear distinction between what's called larger or strategic distribution B8 units from smaller B8 units. The plan's policies do not define, quote, small scale B8. That's the phrase that appears in policy 36. But they don't need to, because the policies do expressly define larger strategic distribution developments. Those are defined in policy 24 as involving individual units of 9,300 square metres or more. On this issue, our case, which is supported, sir, by the approach which is taken by the council's own expert advisors, to which we return, is to rely on an express definition in policy. And that was also the approach of the council's own planning officers until recently. Oddly, the council's case on this point, at least the case that it had expressed in its written proofs of evidence on one of the main points of dispute to this inquiry, now hinges not on any policy, nor even on explanatory text supporting a policy. It hinges, or perhaps it hinged, instead on a fleeting reference to a piece of research from 2014 in a footnote to some explanatory text in the core strategy. Generic and indeed outdated industry-wide research, which does not, in any event, actually define what small-scale BA is. In any event, the plan's approach, which is to define larger strategic BA as units more than 9,300 square metres, is consistent with the evidence base on which the council has assessed and continues to assess its economic needs. Again, ICNE, with the council's expert advisors in this area who are not appearing on its behalf at this inquiry, they define smaller stock or non-strategic BA stock as stock which is under 9,000 square metres against the definition of, quote, large BA units as units which are over 9,000 square metres. ICNE's specialist view, which is flatly contradicted by the non-specialist witness that the council has employed for this inquiry, is that albeit the B8 market is strong, there are no issues with crowding out, quote unquote, for non-B8 occupiers. They tell us that the availability of logistics units is dipping, and so they say there is a, quote, clear need to ensure a strong pipeline of sites for non-large B8 type commercial activities, as well as to meet current and future. Indeed, the scale of that unmet need for non-strategic B8 floor space, which is to say for units which are under 9,000 square metres, just like ours, the scale of that unmet need is over 440,000 square metres. This scheme would make an enormously valuable contribution towards meeting that need, and as such allocated for exactly this purpose. Again, it's a strange feature of this appeal. The council's approach runs directly contrary to the clear, recent advice of its own specialist consultants, who again are not appearing in support of its case at this inquiry. In the end, this appeal scheme responds to the clear need I've seen identified from strategic V8 by bringing forward the first of two phases, which will cover the wider allocation site with a scheme that includes one, the 2 unit, the largest of the units which are proposed, which is welcomed by the council as a quote significant benefit, and then 5 B8 units, each one's very considerably under the quote strategic distribution size threshold, which is set by local strategy and set by IC. Again, the scheme is only the first phase of the wider site development. Policy 36 requires a comprehensive master plan to be agreed by the local planning authority. However, the policy allows for development to come forward in phases, which is what's listed here. It does not, for example, require the site to be delivered for a single planning application for all of the allocations components to come forward at once. The purpose of the policy's requirements master plan is to ensure that bringing forward part of the site doesn't prejudice the delivery of the rest. And the site-wide master plan, which we set out in our design development brief, shows how that can be achieved here, which is to say how the approval of this scheme as the first phase is consistent with and doesn't prejudice the delivery of a wider policy-compliant master plan scheme across the wider site. I've extracted what that looks like on page 9. In terms of landscape and visual impact, of course, the allocation policy guarantees substantial change across the site itself. Nonetheless, the site's allocated for industrial uses. It's got no landscape designation to any tier of guidance or policy. It's not a valued landscape in the meaning framework. It is not, unlike, for example, land at Kettering South, which is another allocation in the plan, thought to be a, quote, prominent and visually sensitive location. The site is, of course, located next to existing commercial and employment uses, as I've illustrated in the image. Page 10. The council recently confirmed that the IM Kelly scheme, which is immediately to the south of our site, I've circled it, so on page 10 in yellow, will add 8,795 square metres of manufacturing and warehousing in B2 and B8 uses, larger than all of the B8 units proposed in this scheme to what's already there, which is an existing 9,278 square metre warehouse that I've circled in blue. The council's confirmed that that new building would have only a, quote, marginal impact on visual amenity and on landscape character, which would, it thinks, be acceptable. The council's landscape evidence rests on the planning policy point that now takes about the supposed meaning of the allocation policy, i.e. that small scale B8, which is, as I've said, wrong. The council's landscape evidence does not actually include a proper analysis of things like landscape character or visual receptors. The council notes that certain views from things like the permissive footpath will change. Of course they'll change. The site's been allocated by the council as a major opportunity to provide industrial uses. It says that the existing grassland will be lost where units are built on top of it. Again, this is an obvious and inevitable outcome of allocating the site. In fact, this scheme will avoid any physical loss of trees and the wood. So for a number of poorer specimens to create independent CFC, which combined footway cycleway linking Weekly Wood Avenue to the site access road, it will not be visible from the historic landscape to the east. At the end, as Mrs. Brockhurst explains, the influence of the proposals on the visual environment of landscape character and appearance is tightly defined for the site itself and its immediate boundaries. It will, therefore, integrate the development into the wider countryside within the requirements of the application policy. So we don't, in this brief opening, address the points on highways and ecology made by the Rule 6 party in any detail. We'll obviously go into them in the roundtable sessions and in closing, but just to summarise in short, firstly, the site has been robustly surveyed over many years. Mitigation measures have been identified, including habitat creation off-site, protective fencing, lighting control measures, in order to avoid significant adverse effects on all fauna. That's accepted by the council, it's accepted by natural influence. Mr. Goodwin's evidence is clear that even allowing for the grasslands classification as low and meadow, a significant net gain can be delivered. It's banned for the Rule 6 party. It says that the net gain is unlikely, but of course, it's not an assessment of their own. 3 of the 4 highways reasons for refusal have been withdrawn, and that's because, as Mr. Shepherd explained, this is a sustainably located site. It is accessible by a range of different means of travel. There's no valid basis for refusing this application on highways-related grounds, which is unsurprising, given it is the first phase of development of a larger location site, which was rigorously assessed through the environment, through the examination of the public that preceded the core strategy. The remaining issue on highways which the council maintains is very narrow, the ability to cross Weekly Wood Lane. However, as Mr. Shepherd explains, we presented details of potential access locations along that lane, including controlled crossing, linking the existing public rights of way at either side of the lane to be delivered through phase 2. In the meantime, this phase proposes an estate road footpath and cycleway to connect the appeal site with phase 2 and to ensure the connection with Weekly Wood Lane can be into the current phase, and also an extension to the combined footway and cycleway of the CFC along Weekly Wood Avenue, as well as an independent CFC linking the avenue to the site access road to ensure continuous routes both for pedestrians and for cyclists between the appeal site and existing infrastructure on the A43 corridor, including local bus stops. In the end, the form of pedestrian cyclist crossing points on Weekly Wood Avenue can be dealt with by condition. So this is a much needed scheme. It's on a sustainably located site, a site which is allocated for these proposed uses in the council's core strategy, which makes it all more disappointing that this application is sat undetermined by the council since as long ago as March 2020, so obviously well over 3 years, before the appeal was finally brought against its failure to determine the application if it was brought in August. The council's litany of putative reasons for refusal bear no relation to its pre and post application responses over several years. It's been in accord with the policy, in accord with the plan, it's supported by a raft of other compelling planning considerations. Most of all, over the next 10 years, the scheme will account for almost 2,400 jobs and a net present value of almost £360 million. Exactly the kind of major opportunities to develop employment uses that the core strategy envisaged for this site. For those reasons, or relevant or evidence in closings, we'll ask you to allow the opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Simons. You happy to go now, Mr. Foster?
Absolutely. I'm sorry that we haven't got a hard copy. It is on its way from Kettering. We had to go to Kettering to do the print, unfortunately. But as soon as it's arrived, it will be handed a copy. You have an electronic version, I think.
I have seen that.
And I've circulated it to the electronic version to all the teams.
There's no printing available here for you.
Not at the moment. There's a problem. The whole system crashed when I asked to do my opening speech. So apparently for the whole office block. So it's being resolved now. It just hasn't. There's a problem with that.
That comes under the heading of karma.
To be avoided. So I'm afraid I'm going to read from the electronic version. If anyone needs the electronic version, then my Julia Stenson can email it to you. So just come down and ask for it if you get it. I hope Mr. Simons and Mr. Tinch will have received. I'm starting with the interpretation of policy 36. We say the correct interpretation of it is the essential starting point for consideration of this appeal and the compliance of these proposals with the development plan and obviously therefore section 38.6. The correct interpretation is a matter of law, thus how P36 has been understood historically is not of significance. And I say right at the outset, we're not shying away from stating that the view that has been expressed in CD 338 was simply wrong, and as has been the view adopted by the appellant from the outset of this application. Further, background material can only be used for major interpretation in limited circumstances, which do not apply here. The attempt by the appellant to interpret policy 36 by reference to such material is wrong in principle, and in any event doesn't assist in the way that the appellant claims. When P36 is properly understood, it is clear that this proposal is fundamentally at odds with almost all elements of it. Start with small scale BA development. We say there's no difficulty with the interpretation of the phrase. The development referred to is the development provided for in the allocation, and thus of the totality of B8 across the allocation. The totality of the B8 development across the allocation should be small scale. That's not just about the size of the individual unit, but about the cumulative scale, quantum, and amount of B8 across the whole. Small, just from the Oxford English Dictionary, means minor, insignificant, or little. 68% of this application at 22,000 square metres, or 28% of the total floor space across the whole allocation, cannot rationally be judged to be small-scale V8 development. Rather than focus on the overall scale of development of Kettering North, the appellant directs itself that policy 36 is concerned only with the scale of the individual units, and secondly, that small scale means everything other than strategic distribution units. Point 1 is simply wrong for the reasons already addressed. The focus is on the development, not just the units comprising it. Point 2 is an impossible claim because it ignores the inevitable spectrum embodied in the word scale, which covers large, medium, and small. The phrase small scale necessarily excludes both large and medium scale. That spectrum is made explicit in the box which momentarily referred, but we don't only rely on the box. As a matter of everyday English language, that is what small means. It means not large and not medium sized, but insignificant, little, or minor. Emphasis is placed on paragraph 813, which refers to the allocations not being overly prescriptive. That's a generic point in 813. That generality doesn't apply here. P36 is deliberately and uniquely prescriptive as to the scale of B8 here. Further, on the appellant's interpretation, the whole allocation, except for D2, could be developed for B8 units, just under 9,300 square metres each, and still be small scale. That simply shows why its interpretation must be wrong. Therefore, the appellant's fundamental starting point, which underpins the application of the appeal, is wrong as a matter of law. The whole scheme starts from a basic misconception as to the nature of the allocation and what this site is for. The appellant is forced to rely on background employment pages to try to interpret the phrase small scale and to give it a meaning different from what the words use without meaning. That is impermissible in principle, and in any event doesn't work for the reasons I then set out and we come back to in cross-examination. Then turn to the wider words of P36, the allocation as a whole. Rather than interpretation of small-scale V8 development is consistent with the overall logic and wording of P36 and its role in the JCS as a whole. The appellant's interpretation is not. In order to make good its case on small scale, the appellant has to argue that the allocation is not for a high-quality, e.g. B2-led focused business park, but the argument fails on the wording of P36 when read as a whole, and in the context of the JCS of which it forms part. By failing to understand the significance of other parts of P36 and its position in the wider context, the appellant simply misunderstands its essential requirements. JCS identified an imbalance between jobs and homes and noted that the current economy was weighted towards lower skilled and lower paid employment, with the main growth being in B8. That led to a number of challenges the JCS sought to address, including difficulty in diversifying the economy into higher value sectors to achieve growth in high quality jobs. The outcomes for employment reflect that vision, and Chapter 4 aims to ensure the right amount and type of employment land is available by providing additional sites in sustainable locations. Thus, despite the oversupply of employment land generally, in order to provide choice and flexibility to support the delivery of employment, additional SELs are identified. As part of that, sites to meet the requirement for additional B8 land were identified elsewhere, including elsewhere in Kettering. This site is not one of them. The plan, I'm quoting from it, the plan also identifies additional strategic employment sites to ensure that there are a range of high quality employment sites that are attractive to the market to provide sufficient choice and flexibility. This site falls into that category. Further, whilst offices were focused on town centres, in view of the need to bring about economic growth as quickly as possible, certain types of businesses, such as research and development, may find more commercially attractive locations within prominent strategic sites at the edge of towns. B36, of course, is one of those. The sites so identified should deliver the scale and mix of uses which they were allocated, as shown in their master plans, precisely so they contribute to the delivery of the balanced employment and what policy 23B requires. Here, of course, the master plan was required to limit B8 to small-scale development. Given demand for and growth of logistics, a number of logistics sites were identified as SELs for that. We know from P36 and the rest of JCS that the need for logistics sites was not the basis of this allocation here. On the contrary, the objectives for Kettering North included unfettered Class EG and B2 uses, but small-scale B8, and thus necessarily a EG and /B2 focused development. Second, employment opportunities to help build a more diverse, dynamic and self-reliant economy. And we know what that means from the vision and the overall framework of the plan. High quality jobs and reversing the difficulty in diversifying the economy into higher value sectors. Third, within the context of that EG/B2 focused development, a high quality landscape treatment to create a high quality environment within a high quality woodland setting. Fourth, also within that context, the built form section of the plan talks of contemporary and innovative buildings capitalising on the views of the landscape from within the buildings will provide a further opportunity to create an excellent place. None of that is apt to describe a logistics park. The whole of P36 points in the same direction. This is fundamentally not an open-ended employment allocation, but a carefully focused allocation, which to be successful as an EG/B2 focus allocation had to be of the high quality described in the objectives. They are fundamental to the logic. If one is to encourage inward investment to diversify the economy and create high quality jobs, the way to achieve that is to provide a high quality business environment. That's all consistent with how the appellant sold the site to the council at the outset, a landscape campus style business park. None of the above wording and context is consistent with the logistics park allocation, and none of the key language for P36 is language which is used elsewhere when in respect of logistics allocations. In summary, read correctly in its context, P36 is requiring precisely what we say it is requiring, namely a high quality EG/B2 focused business park in a wooded setting, delivering a high quality jobs to help the area's economy become more diverse, dynamic and self-reliant by providing choice and flexibility to encourage inward investment. The appellant simply misunderstood the essential premise of the application, and the application has thus proceeded on a misconception. It's noticeable that the appellant has to distance itself from its own framework document in 2011, yet the description in 2011 is reflected in policy 36 that's just set out, and is entirely consistent with the council's reading of it. The essential requirements of P36 appear to be reflected in the current master plan for phase 2. It's not reflected in the standalone application for phase 1. The master plan for phase 2 reflects what P36 had in mind and required. There's no policy basis for applying a different approach to phase 1. It's said that the whole allocation can still deliver what the policy requires. I'll be examining that in cross-examination. I needn't read that section now. Then turn to basically the contradictions or the inconsistency between the application and the allocation. I think I can jump through to 32. The short point is that this is essentially an application for a standalone logistics park with large medium-scale warehouses of very considerable total mass, comprising 68% of the footprint, and is directly contrary to the basic premise of the allocation. It's not small-scale B8 and crowds out and fails to deliver the campus-style business park for which the site was allocated. Because of the scale of B8 units and their density, it does not deliver a high-quality landscape and green infrastructure that any development is integrated into the wider countryside. And because it's located to the north of the allocation, it does not have an integrated transport network through Wheatleywood Lane. As to need, there's been very substantial B8 delivery in recent years. There's a very substantial B8 pipeline about this site. There is no evidence from developers of other sites or from potential occupiers of the B8 units here that their needs cannot be met through that pipeline. And properly understood, Mr. Harvey's evidence does not show this either. The implicit claim that there's a market failure to deliver the medium scale of B8 units will be tested in cross-examination. It's evident that there is a substantial scope for equivalent scale units to those proposed here to be secured through the pipeline, and that's what we'll show you the table we've got yesterday shows. On the appellant's own evidence, there are 3 mid-sized units now available in the immediate area. It's evident that speculative development to meet that segment of the market, the mid-B8 sector, does come forward in the real world on allocated sites, under permissions, and through churn and refurbishments. To the extent that recent studies have identified further needs not already catered for by the recent delivery and existing allocated pipeline, the question as to whether to meet that need, whether to meet it in North Hants, and where to meet it in North Hants are matters for future development plans. In any event, this is not the correct location to meet the need. The site is allocated for an essentially different purpose, as I've already explained. The Council has been considerably impeded in its work on employment land for this inquiry by its long-standing consultants asserting a conflict of interest in acting at this inquiry, notwithstanding that it continues to act for North Northamptonshire on employment land, including B8 studies. And that conflict has nothing to do with employment sites. It's a claimed conflict based on advising the applicant on highways matters at some other stage. North Northamptonshire has done what it can absence its consultants and is endeavouring to agree common ground on the pipeline, and that's now being done. But whatever the progress on the table, and whatever the table shows, our evidence will show that the evidence of the appellant doesn't demonstrate that which is claimed. The appellant's assessment of the pipeline was partial, missing out some allocations and small sites. The appellant has assumed that large B8 sites cannot, will not, and do not deliver medium scale units, and only deliver strategic scale units. JCS made extensive provision to meet B8 needs. There's no reason to doubt that a properly operating market would fail to meet needs. If there is a further need which is to be met in North Hants, that's a matter for the development plan. And in any event, this site is unsuitable for this scale of development, and it's unsuitable for the 2 reasons that I then develop under further requirements. First of all, integration, you're going to be dealing with that very shortly in the roundtable on highways, so I won't deal with that now. As to landscape and visual impacts, we know what the policy says. Those words are used in the context of a e.g. B2-led focused development of the site with just small-scale B8 development. An essential part of the logic of the application, for the reasons I've gone through, the appeal proposal is far from being integrated with Kettering or visually isolated from areas of North Kettering. They act to push and exacerbate the bulk of Kettering Business Park north and east into the open countryside in an unremitting form, rather than being experienced as the sort of extension envisaged in Policy 36. This was not the basis on which the allocation was included in the JCS. The buildings are very large in all dimensions, much closer together than even in the original application, with limited internal landscaping. They present as a strip of intense development. Taken as a whole, the proposals are not of the scale, density, or intensity which the application envisaged. They do not integrate the countryside, but significantly jar with it. All of this is simply inconsistent with the premise of the allocation, a high-quality wooded setting, high-quality landscape treatment integrating into the wider countryside. I can jump, I think, to the second bit of 50. The existing recreation value of the site will be significantly impaired, and the experience of those using the permissive route is undermined. The circular walk does not appear to be extended, nor the bridleway network enhanced. And I mentioned the dropping out of our previous landscape excellent and ecology. So then we come to planning balance. The proposals would provide B2 unit, which is attributed significant weight on the basis that an existing business was due to relocate, although we understand that's no longer the case. Employment would be generated by the units would meet a need, and biodiversity net gain and so on. However, all of those benefits would be achieved by policy compliant development of this site or development of any other allocated site for a logistics park. The fundamental point here is that proposals are directly contrary to the premise of the allocation in almost all respects, prevent the delivery of that for which the allocation envisaged, and cause landscape and visual harms in addition to the failures to deliver what P36 requires. The proposal for what is essentially a dense and large-scale warehouse park, which does not meet B1, B2 need, is isolated from the town centre and insufficient landscape. It flies in the face of the principal requirements of P36, and it will be demonstrated that the scheme ticks none of the essential boxes which justify the allocation of the land in the first place, and the permission should therefore be refused.
Thank you. Mr. Stinchcombe.
Yes, so if I can ask my opening submissions to be handed around. So, Save Weekly Hall would appreciate, albeit reluctantly, that since policy 36 of the joint core strategy does allocate the appeal site for employment uses, the area is likely to be developed for those uses at some point in the future. And yet, sir, they strongly object to this particular proposal, and importantly, they do so not despite policy 36, but precisely because of the terms of policy 36. Policy 36 deliberately incorporates constraints and requirements into the allocation that it makes. And it does so for at least three important reasons: to promote the right type of jobs in the right location, to protect this particular location from ad hoc and piecemeal development, and to protect an extremely sensitive and highly valued site for fundamental environmental, ecological, and amenity reasons. But the appellant is endeavouring to ignore those constraints and those requirements, and in blatant breach of policy 36, the appeal proposals which it brings forward are for the wrong jobs. They come forward without any master plan having been agreed in advance with the local planning authority, and the consequence will be severe and unnecessary environmental, ecological, and amenity harm in a highly sensitive location, harms which policy 36 is designed to minimise. Sir, if what is meant to be a plan-led system, not a development-led system, those endeavours should be rejected, so that if and when the allocation is ultimately developed, that development follows the development plan rather than be in defiance of it. So as for the value of the appeal site in its locality, it forms part of a wider area, generally known as Weekly Hall Wood, which was replanted by the then Duke of Buccleuch in the late 1950s and 60s, all with a view to the people of Kettering enjoying it. And we put the quotation from the Duke himself in paragraph 5. So the Duke and successors have, true to their word, permitted the people of Kettering not only to enjoy the beauty of Weekly Hall Wood, but to visit it for a multitude of recreational and educational purposes. And the people of Kettering are grateful, they appreciate it. You will hear direct personal testimony from local people of the joy that it brings. For many, especially those living nearby, it's not just countryside on their doorstep, it's highly valued countryside of a truly rare quality. So as for the ecological value of the wood and meadow which comprise the appeal site, you'll hear expert evidence from Ms. Bannerman, and for all the reasons she will give, the appeal site is without doubt in an ecologically sensitive location far more than was previously thought to be the case and acknowledged by the appellant. Some 90% of the appeal site is comprised of 3 local wildlife sites. They contain a collection of woodlands and grassland which are important for wildlife, with links to additional areas of habitat off-site. The Weekly Wood grassland LWS lies between 2 woodland LWSs. And Mr. Goodwin, for the appellant, now concedes that it is lowland meadow. That's what Wildlife Trust, our witness, has always maintained. Lock up Garrett, who did the environmental statement in support of the application, identification, are degraded, however, to other neutral grassland. The concession that Mr. Goodwin makes, that Lockhart got that wrong, matters. It's a concession of real significance. The lowland meadow is agreed by Mr. Goodwin to be both a priority habitat in the list published by the Secretary of State under Section 41 of the Natural Environmental and Environment in Rural Communities Act 2006. And lowland meadow is of such high, very high distinctiveness that Mr. Goodwin agrees that biodiversity metric 3.0 is not even designed to address its loss. As Mr. Bannon and Mr. Riley Save the Wood will also explain, whilst the LWS identifications are focused on their botanical importance, they're also valuable habitats for a range of species, many of which were either missed or under-recorded by Lockhart Garrett in the EES. So those omissions and under-recordings include the dingy and grizzled skipper butterflies, both of which are listed as priority species in Section 41 of the NERC. At least 7 species of red-listed birds: grasshopper, warbler, skylark, yellowhammer, willow tip, field ferret, redpoll, and woodcock. Bats, including several important species, soprano, pipistrelle, barbistrelle, and brown long-eared, all of which are UK priority bat species listed by the Bat Conservation Office, the barbistrelle, being very rare, and reptiles, including great-crested, smooth, and palmate newts. So Mr. Goodwin openly acknowledges that Lockhart Garrett did fail to capture all of the flora and fauna species within the study area. But those omissions and under-recordings are more easily explained than he perhaps thinks, because as Mr. Goodwin concedes, the surveys undertaken by Lockhart Garrett failed to follow best practice guidance. The surveys for breeding birds were not undertaken in April as recommended. The reptile surveys allowed refugia only 1 week to bed in, rather than the several weeks recommended by the best practice guidance. And whilst the Bat Conservation Trust required surveys to be undertaken across 3 relevant survey seasons, Lockhart Garrett managed just June to October 2022, with static surveys from November to September. So none of those errors, omissions, and under-recordings were known to the Council when they raised no objection to the appeal proposals on their ecological grounds. So the full picture will be put before you at this inquiry only because of the efforts and the diligence of deeply concerned members of the public. So it's in light of all of the obvious and important sensitivities that Site-Specific Policy 36 is worded as it is, incorporating much needed constraints and requirements. So I've set out the words of Policy 36 in paragraph 15. You can see that it says that it will provide for a minimum of 40 hectares of B1 business, B2 general industry, and small scale BH storage and distribution development. A comprehensive master plan to be agreed by the local planning authority should make provision, and then it lists a number of requirements. So the matters thereafter required to be provided include a network of high quality landscaping and green infrastructure, which integrates the development into the wider countryside and retains and enhances where possible the historic landscape and the ecological and recreational boundary of the site. It requires the delivery of infrastructure with the implementation of a master plan, and it requires an integrated transport network focused on walking and cycling, providing permeable and safe routes to connect Kettering North to the town centre, areas of the south of Weeklywood Lane and the countryside, and the extension of the Kettering Business Park Circular Walk as well. So notably, and contrary to the views expressed by Mr. James, who the appellant, Policy 36 is prescriptive, both as to the division of the quantum of uses to be delivered, in Mr. James's words, and the process for delivery, in Mr. James's words. Sadly, however, the appeal proposals breach Policy 36 in both regards. As for the division of the quantum of uses, the mandatory word will in Policy 36 prescribes that there will be a minimum of 40 hectares of Class B1, Class B2 general industry and business uses developed on the site. But by way of very stark contrast, only small scale Class B8 storage and distribution. The appeal proposals manifestly fail to comply with that. They comprise 68% of Class B8, just 32% of Class B2, and no Class B1 development at all. So that is a distribution of uses, which is the inverse of that which policy 36 requires. And that inversion has profound consequences in terms of both the type and number of jobs which will be generated and the impact of the proposals on the environment. So I'll come on to the environmental impacts when I address the harms occasioned by the appeal proposals. But so far as the type and number of jobs which will be generated are concerned, paragraph 8.1 of the Joint Force Strategy makes it clear that the aim of that strategy is to deliver the right amount and type of employment. So in this case, a preponderance of higher quality non-warehouse jobs. And as Mr. Crook's rebuttal proof will demonstrate, the employment generated by a policy compliant development of the appeal site would be very considerably greater than is currently proposed. And in addition, those jobs would not just be higher quality but higher paid, thereby generating greater economic benefit than the Class B8 jobs anticipated from the appeal proposals. So those fundamental flaws in the appeal scheme are exacerbated by the peaceful way in which the appellant is proposing to bring forward the development. So whilst Mr. James might claim that the appeal proposal should be considered as the first phase of comprehensive development, there is just one proposal to be determined at this inquiry. No other development is before us. No planning application for the remainder of the allocation has been made. And any suggestions as to what might in the future be proposed on that other land is entirely speculative. And the piecemeal approach to the development of policy allocation 36, which I've just described, is diametrically opposite to what policy 36 actually requires. That's development pursuant to a comprehensive master plan to be agreed by the local authority. That's absolutely unequivocal. It's quite plain both that policy 36 requires development to accord with a comprehensive master plan agreed by the local authority, and that such master plan should make provision for all the specified matters. But no such master plan has been agreed, and Mr. James accepts that you're not in a position to agree any master plan at this inquiry. And whilst Mr. James argues that the sole purpose of the master plan requirement is to ensure that any development approved now doesn't prejudice the development of the remainder of the allocated site, that's wrong again. That's not the sole purpose of policy 36, but the requirement within it for a master plan to be agreed. It's not even its dominant purpose. The principal purpose of the requirement to agree a master plan in advance is to ensure the delivery of a policy compliant development, one which secures all the matters specified in policy 36. So I come then to the impacts of the development, because the failure of the proposals to comply with policy 36 does lead to harms, which a policy compliant development promoted in accordance with an agreed master plan upon which the public can consulted would either avoid or have mitigated. As for harm to reality, you'll hear local residents voice their devastation at the prospect of the appeal proposals going forward as presently proposed. They're justified concern that the buildings, car parks, HGV parking areas, service roads are going to swamp the area. There'll be no open space for people, just vast warehouses and black tarmac. That the development will kill any enjoyment of the space presently provided by the meadow. And that the development will also impact on the woods because the warehouses will extend up to the edge of the woodland with landscape, amenity and ecological impacts. So as for the ecological impact in its highly sensitive and protected location, the weekly wood grassland LWS and its botanical interests would be lost entirely. When the first stage of the mitigation hierarchy provided for by the NPPF is to avoid existing biodiversity assets being lost. No effort has been made to retain a single part of that LWS. Furthermore, as Ms. Van will explain, the bespoke compensation package, which is now proposed, is inadequate. The majority of the 5 grassland creation sites are isolated from each other and other habitats, which isn't suitable compensation for a larger block of lower meadow almost surrounded by woodland. And given that the areas identified for recreation are agricultural, it's likely that the soil fertility would make the creation of building meadow challenging. To be satisfied would be possible, soil fertility information and information on management techniques to lower fertility would be needed, and we have no details on any of that. And so with the loss of the grassland, there will inevitably be negative impact on the range of butterflies, birds, reptiles, bats and the like, which have been recorded there, many of which are already suffering declines due to the loss of their foraging area, artificial light at night and other disturbances. And as for the impacts of sustainable transport, Ms. Holland, the professional travel planner, will explain that the proposals do not include adequate measures to offset the negative impact of increased car and lorry journeys, or to enable or encourage a simple increase in sustainable travel modes for the short or long term, or provide a safe environment for those walking or cycling to or within the site. The measures that are proposed are piecemeal and do not address the current lack of sustainable transport options. Moreover, they're heavily defined, they're reliant on a travel plan that's based on the intentions of the developer rather than concrete requirements for future tenants. So as for the other side of the planning balance, there will clearly be some economic benefits from the proposed development. But those are not the economic benefits of the type or scale which the JCS deliberately and carefully sought from this particular site, where the focus has always been on making a contribution to the prosperity of North Northamptonshire through predominantly higher quality jobs in a landscape setting, not lower quality, lower paid warehouse jobs in bland and bulky buildings. So I come then to the planning balance of conclusions, as you're well aware. Section 38.6 of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004, and sections 72 and 79.4 of the Town and County Planning Act 1990 require applications and appeals to be determined in accordance with the development plan, unless material considerations indicate otherwise. But for all the reasons I've just summarised, Policy 36 is proposed to be breached fundamentally, in consequence of which significant and unnecessary harm will be caused to multiple interests that acknowledge importance, interests which Policy 36 was designed to protect. And particular benefits which Policy 36 was working to secure will not come about either. And so quite simply, therefore, there are insufficient material considerations to justify development in blatant breach of JCS Policy 36, and in due course I shall therefore be respectfully inviting you to dismiss the appeal, so that the appellant is forced back to the drawing board to do an awful lot better than it's done thus far.
Thank you, Mr. Stitch. We'll take a short break now before we go from this part. Take 10 minutes and resume at 11:30. Sally, would you like to make your representation? You can either do it from where you are or by sit here.
Good morning, everyone. Weekly Hall Woods and Meadows is personal and important to me. For over 30 years, I've walked and cycled in Weekly Hall Meadows. My kids, like many others in Kettering, grew up playing and cycling in these woods. They learned about nature and natural processes, conservation. The meadows with their expansive open skies, wild plants, hum of insects and songbirds have been a constant source of joy to me. The woods too, a sanctuary where I have often sought solace. For me, in dire times, following the passing of my older brother in 2016, my mother in 2017, and then my father in 2019, the Weekly Hall Woods and Meadows were my refuge. The peaceful sounds of nature, the birds and flowers that were a shared passion with my mum, helped soothe me during those difficult periods. These spaces help me to experience and process complex emotions without the overwhelming presence of the man-made world. I don't want to lose this sanctuary. I can walk to it from my house in town. I don't want warehouses instead. Please preserve our woods and meadows. Thank you.
Mr. Simons, if you want to ask any questions there.
Sorry.
No, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the emotions that are involved in this, but it's not a public meeting, nor is it a music hall. So if you could refrain from the spontaneous topic, very helpful. Mr. Geary. We're using the other one, press that one, and then pull the unit a bit further closer to you.
So, the reason why I'm here is the emotional impact on the loss of Weekly Hall Woods isn't just down to cycling, down to walking, or down to running. It's down to the actual impact it can have on people and potential impact. And my story is that I have seen quite substantial life changes over the last 2 or 3 years, resulting in COVID himself, DVT, not being able to walk, loss of a parent, the care of 3 autistic sons, and the level of stress that I currently have and typically have is always at a pretty high level. I did have a corporate job up until 2 years ago. I was made redundant. I've had 2 jobs since then that haven't worked. So to say that it has not been a difficult time would not be appropriate. It's been very, very difficult. And one of the ways in which you can cope is to have time when you can feel that you can breathe, you can let go of what's going on around you and have time to think and to come out of yourself. And the way that I do that is to run, cycle and walk in areas which are close to home. So you don't have to travel far, they're immediate, and they're different in terms of the weather, the grass, the woodlands, the birds. It's different from norms of work, from norms of home, and it's the impact it can have and does have on your own personal mental health. And typically, lots of us do that by jumping in a plane, spending 2 weeks away in Spain. There is a substantial time and investment in that to do that. I have the really quite fortunate opportunity of being able to do that on my doorstep. And what I've seen over the last 23 years that we've lived in Kettering is the ability to do that becoming more and more restrictive with the growth of towns, with the increase in noise and increase in population. And I do indeed recognise that we need to grow, we need to develop. We also need to do that in a way where we conserve and maintain the absolutely fantastic free of charge, put it free of charge NHS. We've looked at other potential therapies, and you're talking quite rightly £50 an hour, £100 an hour. It is free of charge to ourselves that we have these facilities close to us in terms of just walking in woodlands, taking your granddaughter out for a walk, taking the dogs out, training for marathons. You can do that, and the impact not only is personal, but it's financial. Imagine people not being able to cope and maybe not ever returning back to either the work market or not being in a position to help people. We don't necessarily put a value behind that in terms of money, but the continued bloody well, mate, there is. And we need to, when we're looking at developing new sites, we need to think, is that the best possible way that we want to develop that site? And then I think the last thought I have is from the management of the estates, is they are
Thank you, Mr. Gamble. Mr. Padwick.
I'm a teacher and I live in Guildington. You'll hear a lot about Kettering, but the meadow at Weekly Hall Wood, part of the most southern part of Rockingham Forest, is important to also a much wider group of people, including the villages of Guildington. There's a historical context here, our heritage. In 1607, just up the road from Weekly Hall Wood, the enclosure of common land at Newton led to the Newton Rebellion, where 40 to 50 local peasants were killed by landowners. The peasants were protesting because the enclosed land, which had been used time out of mind for grazing and subsistence, had been taken from them. The 1719 map of Weekly parish shows that the meadow at Weekly Hall Wood was common land too. It was enclosed by Act of Parliament in 1807, before the 1832 reforms began the move to democratise the franchise. There is a deep sense of historic injustice that remains. The land has nonetheless been used extensively by generations of local people and by the young people that I work with, some quite challenged young people. They use it for recreation, by their children playing in the wild woodlands. And Ian just talked about the difference between managed parkland and wild woodland where people can roam. 5 big warehouses plonked on the meadow would destroy this. This would be the final act of enclosure. And despite a reduction in the tree take, if that's a word, the proximity of big grey sheds and the noise and lighting that will go with it would seriously degrade the environment and habitat. Many people walk from Geddington to Kettering down the path the Newton rebels would have taken 400 years ago. And although the path itself, the permissive path, will remain, its settings and surroundings will be inevitably despoiled by invasive industry. Amidst those surroundings, the cowslips, Northamptonshire's county flower, which flourish in the meadow and in the surrounding and rare cowslip meadow, you should see it in the spring, will be churned up and threatened. And my favourite, the red-listed grasshopper warbler, which makes its way each year from Africa to breed and nest in the meadow, will be made homeless. The birds born in the meadow amazingly find their way back here each year. The same birds born in the meadow fly to Africa and come back to where they were born. It seems incredible to me that they can do that. If these warehouses are built, they'll have no place to return to. The sound of the grasshopper warbler on a summer night, you can hardly ever see one, is stunning. It's a real wonder to me. I just love it. These birds, the grasshopper warblers, are in decline, despite being protected under the Wildlife and Countryside Act due to loss of habitat. This planning application will only increase that loss. I finished by invoking John Clare, Northamptonshire's peasant poet, labouring class poet. Enclosure like a Bonaparte left not a thing remain. It levelled every bush and tree and levelled every hill and hung the moles for traitors. Though the brook is running still, it runs a naked brook, cold and chill. Please don't let this happen again. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Padwick. Ms. Siddington.
Tomorrow.
Oh, sorry, I should read my own notes. Ms. Norman.
Good morning. As a lifelong resident of this part of Northamptonshire, I can no longer remain silent and watch the continued destruction of our valuable countryside. I'm here today independently, but fully support the work of Staunch and Save Whitehall Wood. And this is what I would like to say. We are just temporary custodians of the land, and that includes the Duke of the Crew. We have a duty to those too young to voice their objections and those coming after them to think very carefully about the implications of our actions. This age of mass consumerism and the need for these warehouses will pass, but the legacy of the destruction of the countryside will remain.
Thank you. Mark.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. So, the applicant mentioned 2,400 jobs coming out of this proposed development. It's worth noting, anecdotally, that the existing warehouses in Kettering can't recruit the staff they need now. So, an extra 2,400, I don't know where you get them from, and they will be 0-hour contracts as well. I'm autistic. I've got many other medical conditions. Travel with an assistance dog, and the only place in the whole of the Kettering borough that I feel safe enough to let my young friend here beside me off the lead is in the meadow in Wegley Hall Wood, and she jumps for joy and runs around like an absolute lunatic because she doesn't get off the lead outside very often. So. I've also suffered from depression rather badly, and Weekly Hall Wood reconnects me with myself and is one of the reasons I'm still here today. It's a great suicide prevention outlet, so thank you very much.
Is there anyone else who wants to make representation? Right? Thank you.
Yes, so we were discussing at the coffee break about the need for further sessions for this. We're aware of one person wants to speak tomorrow evening, I think, which is obviously fine, although do raise questions whether it's possible for her to just speak at the end of the session rather than have a separate session, unless there's any indications that other people want to talk tomorrow evening. I'm not sure that but I'm certainly not seeing any indications that anyone else wants to talk privately.
I know of at least 2 people that are planning on coming next Tuesday evening and Wednesday.
So my daughter was here today, she wanted to speak as well.
Wednesday of next week.
Wednesday, sorry.
The 6th of December.
I'm just thinking about the convenience and the timely running of the inquiry as a whole, whether it might be appropriate to consolidate it all in one block where everyone can attend at the same time. Whether it may be possible for somebody from your group to organise that, just to make sure so people don't have to travel backwards and forwards.
We move next Wednesday, don't we? Because of the other stuff spoken.
Yeah.
So, would you think we should keep both sessions or just condense to next
I think
Wednesday?
condensed to next Wednesday is fine.
Yeah,
Next Wednesday.
Condensed to next Wednesday.
Sorry?
Could we condense to both evening sessions just going to next Wednesday instead?
Rather than tomorrow night.
Yes.
69 miles, I hope it's still best.
So I'm happy.
I think an evening session would be important. I know of a few people that would like to speak, but I think condensing it to one would get everybody in.
That's fine by us.
Can the council ensure that that's sort of put on the website is the applicant, so that people are aware that there will be no session tomorrow night. We will have the evening session, the 6th of December, Wednesday the 6th of December, 6:30 to 9:30. Sorry, 6:30 to 9.
Yeah.
And it will be here. To start the session on highways now, or do you want to have an early lunch?
Do of course, I mean, I'll have the way, I mean, might make some, it'll take a bit of time to, get everyone ready. Might make sense to do an early lunch, but maybe a shorter, shorter than an hour if you're up for it. And then we can kick off, fresh up, whatever it is.
I'm very happy either way. I think our witness is here, and I suspect it would be preferable to have a shorter and quicker early lunch.
Yeah. Okay. We take the full hour. However, I'm going to move it slightly ahead of ourselves, so you in your hands, so we take the full hour if you prefer.
Well, shall we say 50 minutes?
Yes.
And resume. That will bring us back at 10 to 1.
10 to 1. 10 to 1, sir.
You happy with that? 10 to 1, sir?
Thank you very much.
So we'll adjourn and resume at 10 to 1.
So I think transport is now going to be allowed. So
Inquiries resumed. Last week.
I've got 5 witnesses at the moment, so. Just coming.
Fortunately.
You don't want a fresh one.
Oh, if you can give me a fresh one.
Give you a fresh one, we can't give you more than your next.
Just check it. That's all. So if we can start off with the introductions. Who's saying Mr. Cummins?
Yes,
We've got Mr. Shepherd.
we certainly do, so. It's up to you.
No, we're all right.
Good.
Mr. Shepherd will be talking
from us.
and it's Solomon, you're going to lead for the action group. Got
So we've got Mr. Draper here in the middle, and Mr. Patel beyond him on just to answer your questions we have, and Mr. Bennett on connected issues and part of this round.
so these common ground. Fairly straightforward. The situation. Lost it. Is there anything anyone wants to say about the state of the common ground? To raise.
Hello, yes, I would like to say something about statement of common ground. I feel it's not appropriate. I don't think it's good that this agreement has been made. I think it should have been a much stronger ask, and I will give quite a lot of reasons as we go as to why I think the statement of common ground isn't appropriate for this situation.
So there's a couple of parts of the statement of common ground which maybe address that. Two main areas from Rule 6 evidence, one being the strategy regarding the pedestrian cycle protection and then the travel.
We've got these.
We have these separate ones.
Transport access, pedestrian cyclist access, and travel planning.
Yeah, so whether we have the actual plan, so we know those key points or.
Right, well, let's just work through the various headings in terms of the public transport access. Stop access with Holland. Your concerns relating to that is partly distance and partly road crossings.
Yes. Yes, I do have several concerns. That I will say now, though, that the bus stop access isn't my priority point out of everything, but I do have several concerns around the bus stop access. First of all, the distance from the walking to the bus stop, particularly when you're going to the other side of the road. So heading towards Corby, it's a journey, you have to go a little bit further to cross the road to get to that bus stop. It is quite a walk. It's around 15 minutes it would be from the bus stop to the end units of the warehousing. So I think that's quite significant for people when they've been finishing a day's work and they're pretty tired. But it's also the quality of the bus stop itself. There's no bench there, there's no LED signage to say when the next bus is due. The local buses are known to not be that reliable, so having an LED display of when the next bus is actually coming is quite an important thing to have. There's also issues around when the bus pulls up, it doesn't have the kind of paving with the kind of curb now which is appropriate for people with mobility issues to be able to easily get on and off the bus. And so those are my concerns around the bus. The fact that they have proposed to pay for 3 years worth of bus stop and maintenance, I think it's well below what is deserved for this route, because originally the proposal and the ask from Northants Highways was for 30 years worth of bus stop provision, which includes after 15 years having both of the bus stops replaced, because that's the time at which they would be due to be replaced, and to pay, sorry, I won't go.
Finish that point.
Yeah.
Question I want to ask is, who's responsible for the bus stops in this area? For their provision, maintenance and replacement, who is the responsible authority?
I mean, another point to pick up on the bus stop maintenance matter is, whilst it's correct that the contribution which the proponents put forward is £16,000 to fund the initial installation of the shelter, which does stop pairs, and then the following 3 years maintenance, there are other monies which have been guaranteed through the Section 06, which will contribute to maintenance of less than 20 years.
You say there's other funds available?
Other funds have been committed through other Section 06 agreements. So it wouldn't just be the appeal side contributing towards this.
What for use on this?
Yes. The second phase of the IMK development has the second phase of the IMK development has a Section 106 obligation to contribute to the stop works as well. So in tandem with the contribution for the appellants, it guarantees the initial installation of the shelters and then maintenance for 10 to 11 years. Obviously that comes around the shelter provision and maintenance on the agenda, but speaking on the bus stop access point, the rationale for actually having 2 routes from the site to the A43, one directly along Weeklywood Avenue and one running behind the rear of the static coal building, was to actually reduce the length of the walking journey to and from bus stop pairs for the units furthest along the field site. So typically you could get from the furthest unit on the field site to the bus stop area for the southbound trips in about 800 metres, which is about a 10-minute walk.
Just going back to the provision and maintenance. I have to say I've never heard before of 30-year maintenance requirement or provision. So any Section 106 agreement I've seen where this bus shelter provisions made is for the physical infrastructure. And thereafter it's the responsibility of the, if it's passenger transport authority or it's the local authority. Question is, what makes this area any different from anywhere else that would require such a substantial maintenance period? And did I get the impression right that the council originally asked for 30 years, but agreed to the three years?
Would you like me to answer that, sir? Yeah, that was based on the common process would be to secure works by condition, and there'd be a community sum associated with those works. So the applicant would normally, that would be our preference. But in this case, the precedents have already been set in terms of securing contribution from other sites. Therefore, this is additional funds in that respect through the 106 process.
Is this, in a sense, a rolling program that funds from INK would do it for so many years, and then the funds that have been provided for this development would be in the pool and would extend the maintenance period beyond? That's the way it's intended to work?
That's correct, yes.
I don't need to ask anything more about that. Is there anything you want to respond in relation to that?
No, thank you.
Right. The question of the I think what was alluded to was real-time passenger information provision, which is not part of the proposal. Was that something that was asked for and negotiated out of discussion, or it's not something that the council progressed?
That wasn't something that the public transport colleagues requested at the time.
Do you have real-time passenger information on any of your
in some locations, yes. I mean, there is a little bit of a move away from that because of the technology moves on, and obviously through smartphone applications seems to be more reliable. So not always required.
And you determined it wasn't required in this instance?
And see public transport colleagues didn't deem it required.
Yeah, as a member of the public and a regular bus user and somebody with good knowledge of the differences in appearance times of buses, shall we say, I feel that having real-time display in that situation is important because the buses are quite spread out. Also, not everybody has a smartphone. I think we need to still be aware of those older people or people with certain disabilities who can't use a smartphone for whatever reason.
It's not designed for them in this instance, is it?
Well, look,
it's not the responsibility of the developer to provide facilities for people beyond what their proposal requires, is it? That's a what might be an added benefit.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. I mean, I just feel that having good information at a bus stop of how long it's going to be until the next bus comes if you're on your way home, and you know, if your phone's run out of battery or whatever, I think it would have been a really good thing to have, but I understand that highways have not requested it. It's just something that I personally feel would have been a good addition.
We could have, obviously, as you'd be aware, the site would be subject to a trauma plan. And within that, there is also various measures for information provision And within that, a site-wide website has been forward to be developed that could provide links to real-time online information provided by the operators that are the mechanism for employees to check or those read the piece of work, whether or not this is actually linked to service or not.
Forward bus stop access, which is the route from the both sides of the A43. You're not suggesting that crossing the A43 is an issue. It's controlled, isn't it?
There are pedestrian lights there, so it's possible to cross it. Takes a bit longer. That's why I was measuring the timing of the walk from the bus stop in to the furthest bus stop, rather than the one on the same side of the road as the development.
It's no different from anywhere else, is it?
What do you mean?
People have to cross the road all over the time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes. Sorry. Yes, of course. I mean, most bus stops, there'll be one side of the road and going the other direction, there'll be the other side. So it's good that there is a safe crossing place there, although people have to walk up a little bit. It's just in terms of making that difference between, say, a 10-minute walk and a maybe 15-minute walk, is that walk along and cross and back along a bit could be explaining a sort of discrepancy in terms of the timings with the distance from the bus stop.
I think that might be useful. Should have said this at the start. The interventions I make are on the basis of being a devil's advocate. It shouldn't indicate that I've come to any conclusion on any of the particular points. I just want to push buttons to see what happens. I think that the main point within the public transport access is the bus service coverage. You highlight the concern that originally there were 2 bus services servicing this route. The X4 and the X4 was number 2, was it?
I believe it's currently just the X4.
Yes.
I think the number 2 service was dropped last year, but to be fair, the services that were number 2 were picked up by X4. But it's still quite a long time when you come out of work and you've got to wait maybe half an hour for a bus, or if you just missed one, then plus you've got the walk, you could be talking like nearly an hour before you get on a bus to get home. And also the public transport is meant to serve the local areas. It obviously goes straight to Corby and it also goes straight to Kettering. But if you're looking at the further distances, and people do come to work from like 20 miles away is quite a normal distance for people to travel to work these days. So if you're looking at getting the bus on to Wellingborough, it takes a lot longer. It takes around 40 minutes in total. So you've got your hour wait, nearly an hour wait possibly, then a 40-minute trip to Wellingborough. That's a long time. And then going on to Northampton, it's even further. And as I put in my original statement, the distance that you could do from the site to Northampton Central is about 18 minutes by car and over 4 hours by car and by bus if you're talking about for a return trip, sorry, for the bus. Yes, I'm sorry, I haven't got the numbers in front of me, but I did put them in the statement.
Just giving us on that point of the service coverage. Yes, the service 2 has obviously been withdrawn, but the export frequency has picked that up. So the frequency of service, which was considered throughout the transport assessment process, is the same. In terms of the reference to Northampton, that was just put forward as a statement of fact in our initial transport assessment, because bus does go to Northampton and likewise goes towards Peterborough. And in terms of the sort of the bus service access and coverage, realistically, it's probably only envisaged that those in Kettering, Corby, and possibly even Wellingborough, depending on whereabouts in Wellingborough you do live relative to the bus service, it's around about 45-minute bus service. But also, I think, and the frequency of service every half hour is actually relatively good for that sort of level of service. And that's typically half hour between 7 o'clock in the morning and 7 o'clock in the evening. But we should also note in terms of the service coverage that those buses actually run earlier than that. So from Corby, those bus runs down towards the site at 5 o'clock in the morning, and from Kettering runs up from 5:30. And in the evening, the mass bus leaves the area towards Corby about 10:30, and towards Kettering at around about 11. So whilst less frequent, the bus coverage actually goes beyond its normal 5 hours per day. So it's actually the duration of the bus service actually is quite a positive asset for this site. And as I mentioned before, in terms of sort of staff at the site, if they were seeking to use a bus, they also can. There can be a mechanism on the website which probably will allow them to do that. Obviously, as Mr. Draper has said, technology moves on, so how that can be put forward on the website, such as links, that will be investigated as that's developed. But also in terms of the context, the actual numbers of this development, people within the trial we have set targets, and even with a mode shift, we'd be looking at potentially 7 or 8, 7 people in AM peak hour using the bus 6 in the PM. So that's a context of the numbers as well of people who may be using the service, which could be locally in Kettering and Cornwall.
Do you want to respond to any of that?
Yes, I agree. The bus service does cover a good span of time, and they are regular, but they're not reliable. So you could still be waiting like an hour or more for a bus to come, and not having somewhere to sit down at the end of the day's work is, quite poor, really. And I think you also need to take into account the fact that if you have visible information about what time a bus goes, that is actually an advert for bus travel, because someone's not going to go to a website or look on an app unless they know already that they want to catch that bus. Whereas someone walking past or cycling past or possibly even driving past or having a walk out in the lunch break might notice, oh, there's a sign there, that tells me when the next bus is coming. That gives people confidence in using buses. If there is a visible sign there that everyone can see and it says 1 minute until your bus is coming or 30 minutes until your bus is coming, it helps you make a decision as well. I mean, maybe if you see a bus is, oh, it's going to be 30 minutes, oh, I'll go on a boy scooter or do something else instead. I just think it's really important to be promoting services and showing them in really visible ways, and that's why having that information about how long it'll be till the bus comes is important, not just for people taking trips at that moment, but for people taking potential trips in future, and getting the modal shifts that we want from this, the change in how people travel, is only going to happen if we're chipping away. We're doing lots and lots and lots of things. So anything that can increase it a bit is important.
Aren't you conflating two things again? The modal shift for this development and the wider modal shift of the population, which is a more strategic development for the local authority to pursue. In its role, as the bus, I'm going to say not provider, but the commissioning the services through its contracts. But that's a more strategic thing, as opposed to the modal shift that is to be generated by this development. Doesn't that go well outside the remit of this development and this inquiry?
I mean, I personally think that developers have a big part to play in achieving these overall strategies. And so I do think it covers both. Certainly, if you've got like nice flashy signs about when the bus is coming, that's promoting bus travel generally, which is supporting the wider strategy. Definitely, yes. But also, you've got the people who are actually working on the site and walking past, maybe like I said, at lunchtime walk, they will see that sign, and it's like having good bike racks outside the front door of right at the front of the office. If something's visible, people think about it. They think, well, maybe I'll go that way next time. I think you just need all these visible nudges all the time if you're going to achieve modal shift, both strategically across a wider area, but in this specific location.
And just picking up so on the point in terms of obviously the mode shift, specific development, obviously, and obviously before we can prepare the travel options, the travel plan does put forward personalised travel planning sessions for staff. So initially, site-wide travel plan coordinator would run travel plan sort of personalised travel sessions for each unit's travel plan champion, so and that would then become training sessions that travel plan champions, then obviously personalised travel plan sessions for their staff, which would outline to staff the mode choices they have available, so that would include promotion of local bus services. So there would be a mechanism for staff to be fully aware of these the availability of the local buses within the local sites.
Final point I want to cover on this element of it is which was the sixth putative reason for refusal. The proposal fails to provide excellent public transport links. The withdrawal of that reason acknowledges that the local planning authority accepts that there are, in the words of the policy, excellent public transport links. Is that correct implication?
The assessment that we've made is that the development proposals, mitigation in terms of, the requirements that's been set up as part of the statement of common ground within the 106 in scale applied to the level of development, and therefore what's been proposed is acceptable.
But to follow the words of policy, if you throw that potential reason for refusal, you acknowledging that in terms of reading the terms of JCS 36, the public transport servicing the site is excellent.
I think excellent is a challenging term.
It's your word. It's in your policy.
Yeah, I mean, a travel strategy that's is not commercially viable would be considered excellent. Therefore, what is required is deemed excellent from a local highway authority perspective.
Sorry,
what is put forward is deemed excellent from a local highway authority perspective.
covered everything in relation to public transport access.
Could I say something else, please? One of the things I feel should be considered with public transport is the onward journeys and the shared mobility journeys. So, for example, some people might be getting the train somewhere, or they might have to go into the town, walk into the town to get a bus on a different route. So that's something that should be considered as well. And when we're talking about like the routes into the town from the site, that I think the fact that some people may be doing those journeys in order to go on to other public transport should be taken into account. And also I would say that I certainly don't deem the local public transport service to be excellent at all. And that's me as a regular bus user, somebody who has led local campaigns to save the village bus in Geddington. And I'm sure many, many members of the public would agree with me on that.
I think it's, sorry, I want to understand this point about onward journeys. I'm not sure I fully grasped what the point was.
Well, within the travel plan, it mentions that the routes should be good into the town and the public transport. And if you want to include train as public transport, you have to have some way of getting to the station. So the good walking routes to the station, or having a good bus connection to the train station, for example, that is something that is lacking, that could be added, that hasn't been, which therefore makes it less than excellent.
I understand that. Mr. Shepherd.
There's just one other point which may be worth noting in terms of the public transport access and the promotion of travel by bus. Is obviously there's a number within the draft section 106, there's an obligation within there to provide each employee on the commencement of employment a free bus pass for a month with the bus travel in the Keswick Corby area, which again would serve as promotion of the bus services to and from the site area.
Right, okay. Shall we move on to pedestrian and cyclist access? The extent of additional and enhanced routes. The proposal, as I understand it, is to it includes a combined cycleway along
That's correct.
Wood Avenue.
Yeah,
And then
there's
into the site.
there's a plan which forms Appendix L of the transport settlement, which is from 2007, which may help advise what's proposed regarding these combined four-way cycles.
I think the point is, essentially, it's a combined route as opposed to what Ms. Holland is suggesting comes from LTM 120, which is the separated pedestrian and cyclist bit. Like, can we start off in the context of the role of LTM 120 in the planning of cycling and planning provision?
I mean, it's obviously brought forward as guidance to then be considered by local authorities regarding implementations of their strategies. And also it does put forward a number of scenarios regarding site infrastructure. There is actually within section 6 of the LTM 120, section 6.5, there's an actual section which actually looks at shared use cycling footways.
We have got, sir, if you, I don't know if you've got access to LTM 120, but we've got the two.
Oh, you're in section 5, geometric requirements.
It's actually sections, you don't need to print out. Section 6.
What section? We haven't got 6.5.
Oh, is it? Oh, I see.
Sorry.
I have a 2-page extract from it that deals with shared service, shared use.
The space recycling within highway.
I have a spare copy.
Section 6.5, so.
I haven't got section 5.
So, sorry. Do you have the full document?
Yes.
Oh, great. So if you turn paginated page 67, is section 6.5 shared use, and then you'll find there's a 2.
Page 67.
Paginated 67, yeah, I don't know.
shared use 6.5.
Yes, thank you. So within that section, that sets context for shared use facilities. So for example, it talks about in sort of paragraph 6.556, shared use may be appropriate in some situations if well designed and implemented. And a particular point regarding that is the third sort of point down, in situations where length of shared use may be acceptable to achieve continuity of the cycle route. That example is reflective of the site at North Kettering Business Park. There's already a combined footway cycleway running along in front of the SATCOR building, which was delivered as part of their permission. Along the A43 corridor external to the site, there is a network of combined cycleway footways running along there. What the put forward as a proposal effectively would achieve that route continuity. It fills a gap. There's over a length of about 100 metres. It fills a gap between those two existing combined footway cycleway routes. And the independent route behind the SATCOR building is also proposed as a combined footway cycleway to connect into those routes. So that sets a context that it's filling in, it's a route to provide route continuity. Which we then go further to 6.5.7, and it talks about recommended minimum width of shared use routes for up to 300 pedestrians per hour. And then in table 6.3, it references the 300 cyclists per hour, a minimum width of 3 metres. And so that sets a context of numbers which obviously can be considered appropriate for a shared use facility. Those are numbers which we would not be achieving or reaching at the site if we took into account the existing pedestrian cyclist demand along Wheatwood Avenue. Added to that projected in transport assessment for the appeal site, including the mode shift, and did likewise for the committed Glen Kelly Phase 2 scheme, which is yet to be built, but allow for that, and also allowing for further mode shift at SATCOR, which has been built out, but obviously is going through its control planning cycle. During the peak hour, you'd be looking at potentially up to 30 pedestrians and 15 cyclists, so considerably less than the 300 cyclists and 300 pedestrians referenced in table 6.3 and 6.5.7. And even if we were to achieve a much more significant mode shift to cycling and all the cycle parking spaces for the appeal site, Kelly Phase 2 and SATCOR, and they will also arrive in the same AM peak hour and also depart in the PM peak hour, looking at 150 cyclists for that. So again, still significantly below the volumes referenced in LTN 120 for shared use.
Solomon, do you want to say?
Yes, certainly, thank you. I'd like to draw your attention to point 6.5.4 on that page. I'll give you one moment. I can read out. Okay. In urban areas, the conversion of a footway to shared use should be regarded as a last resort. Shared use facilities are generally not favoured by either pedestrians or cyclists, particularly when flows are high. It can create particular difficulties for visually impaired people. So, and it goes on with more reasons for it. So the preferred option nowadays, since the launch of the LTN 120 guidelines, is quite firmly to be segregated or separated use. So we have pedestrians, cyclists and vehicles in 3 different areas. Keeping them separate is really important from a road safety point of view, from a comfort point of view, and it is the way forward. And I know in 6.5.6 it gives some conditions, as pointed out, where shared use may be used. It says shared use may be appropriate in some situations if well designed and implemented. And correct in reading out the point, in situations where a length of shared use may be acceptable to achieve continuity of the cycle route. That point is in the LTM 120 guidelines, but that point was put in more to prevent a break in a route. So if, for example, you have a cycle route and you have enough space for shared route, for segregated routes, so you've got the pavement, the cycle lane, and the road, and then you come to a point, for example, where there's a large tree that you don't want to chop down, then you may, for a limited amount of time, make that into a shared use area, strip, because it's either not possible or not desirable to give the full width that's required for segregated use. And giving that allowance is to enable that to happen. So if there are two paths already existing and there's a break in it, we say a cycle route is only as good as its weakest link. So if there isn't enough space for shared path, for a segregated path, it's better to put shared path in than not have anything at all. However, in this situation, it's a long strip of, there's much more space than if you've got a big tree in the way that you're trying to get round. There is enough space there for segregated pathways. The previous pathways were built pre-LTM 120 guidance. The LTM 120 guidance came out in 2020, thus the 20 on the end of the name. And those paths were built before that guidance was in place. Active Travel England, the new organisation under the Department for Transport, have been doing a lot of work to increase the guidance, improve the guidance, make it easier for people to be able to travel safely and comfortably separate from each other. And also, when we talk about cyclists and cycle lanes, we need to also be thinking about things like the e-scooters. On those roads into the estate at the moment, we've got large lorries already coming in, swinging round corners. Now, I would not cycle on one of those roads. Currently, e-scooters are also expected to go on that road. They're not allowed on the pavement, as the cyclists aren't either. So there is nowhere safe for them to go. And if you have a shared path with, at the moment, I believe the shared path actually ends at the entrance of the current industrial estate. The shared path we talked about is the one that's alongside the main road, which is separated by a line of paint. But as you come onto the estate, the signage says cycle route ends. There isn't actually currently a shared cycle path on the actual estate. I know it's the intention to put that in, which is progress, but it's not good enough to have it as shared when it could be segregated, and that would possibly be saving lives. Because if you've got another 70 lorry parking spaces, which are coming about as part of this new development, you're going to have those lorries coming in and out all the time. We've got one route in for cyclists, which is on the road, that is shared with lorries that are coming round and swinging round the roundabout, and it's just so unsafe. And also, in terms of I talked about e-scooters, but there's other forms of what's called micro-mobility that are coming in now. I've actually seen a man on an electric skateboard in the industrial estate. There are new ways of travelling efficiently, quickly, comfortably, easily, that don't require everyone to be driving a car. And if we want people to use those options, it's going to have a massive impact on reducing the number of cars that are coming into the site. And it's going to then inspire more people to come, because the more people you have cycling and scooting, then the safer other people feel who wouldn't necessarily scoot or cycle. And then that means you've got that critical mass, which makes it safer. Then you find the drivers are like looking out more because they know cyclists are going to be there. So it's something that just needs to roll and grow, and it won't happen unless there are safe, segregated routes into the estate. I haven't even mentioned about the crossing points where the lorries, the cyclists and walkers to the new developments are expected to walk across a pavement, come to a stop, let the lorries go in and out, and then cross. There's an island in the middle planned, which is for safety, but there's been no consideration of, for example, putting in what's called Copenhagen crossings, which is where the pavement comes up to the same level and the pedestrians and cyclists have priorities, and then the lorries have to look, the drivers have to look more carefully. There's a lot of things that could be done better in the design of the internal cycling, walking, scooting infrastructure within the site.
Right, quite a lot in there. Just going back to, as I understood the layout, the pedestrian route within phase one, the combined cycle route, pedestrian way.
Yeah, along the western side of the access route, which will be developed for the appeal side, that would be also a shared facility. My understanding is the infrastructure in front of the existing SATCOL building was intended or is a shared use cycleway footway. That's the intention.
Sorry, you said existing.
That is, I believe, a shared footway cycleway. That was meant to deliver the SATCOL scheme.
To the south of that.
Yeah, so it goes along the south of the SATCOL building and it comes round. Yeah. And in terms of the points regarding route continuity, the two sections we are proposing to convert to shared use facilities measure in length 20 metres and 80 metres in context. So
20 metres is where?
20 metres would be south of the where currently there's an informal crossing, stretch on the SATCOL side of the road. That'll be 20 metres to connect the SATCOL facility, and the 80-metre length is on the opposite side of the road, which then runs towards the A43 roundabout. There are two stretches which we are proposing to convert to shared use facilities. And the rest of the facilities are shared use to which they connect. So it could be considered that changing from one environment to another is way not actually safe. If you actually have the same environment along that continuous stretch, it's actually pretty better for pedestrians and cyclists to understand the area really. And it does also say in paragraph 6.5.4, actual conflict is rare. And also picking up on the points on references in terms of where shared use facilities are not favoured, it does say particularly when flows are high, and as I put forward earlier, the numbers are not high or could not be considered to be high.
Can we roll back to the start of what you said, Ms. Holland, which was this bit about the achieving continuity, and you gave the example of a tree in the way of a cycle route. Doesn't say that. No, doesn't say it anywhere. What it says was, where a length of shared use may be acceptable to achieve continuity of a cycle route. So it refers to an existing cycle route, one that's there, the one on the east and west side of the A43, and the continuity would be to continue that route within the development. It doesn't say anything with trees and walking cycleways. I think that's your own interpretation.
No, it's not my own interpretation. Obviously I work in the sector. I take part in a lot of online discussions. If you wanted me to go to Active Travel England and get clarification on that and get that back to you, then I would be able to do that, I'd be happy to contact them. This idea that it can be an excuse not to build something because of that statement, it's just a real shame, because also we're talking about continuing from the main road shared use path, building it into the development site, and there's no shared use paths at the moment within, or any cycle paths at the moment, as far as I'm aware, within the development site, although I'm not sure about by the Sackpole, because I've not noticed that. But I do regularly walk in the area, but I've not noticed any shared use paths at all in the site. So basically a path is going to be built from the entrance to the site that's going to become a shared use path. So why not just go that little bit further and make it into segregated paths? Whatever the guidance says here anyway, which I personally believe, having taken part in meetings and forums with people who work in this sector, I believe that it is meant to be a limited amount of shared use in order to join up, to link up two parts. And it does say in 6.5.4, in urban areas, the conversion of a footway to shared use should be regarded as a last resort. That's kind of pretty clear that the shared use is the last resort. The preferred way is to have it segregated. And even if you were to completely throw the LTM 120 guidance out of the window for some reason, you still think about it. If you were cycling onto this site and you were cycling, you're coming off a shared use path next to the main road, coming into the site, you first of all, you've got to actually cross the road, which is very near to where the roundabout is, and lorries and cars come swinging around that corner, particularly at rush hour time. Then you've got to cycle along that road, which you are sharing with lorries, and the visible area for a driver in a lorry is much less than a driver in a car. You've got to be mighty careful, or you've got to be pretty mad really to want to cycle along that road with all those lorries going past, plus commuter cars going past, plus all the other traffic going into and out of the businesses like the garage and the Starbucks and those other businesses already along there. So you're driving along, if
2.7. 2 point.
2.1.7 is the transport assessment.
Yes,
Exactly, that's the one.
the appendices.
Yeah, which is the TA, it's sat within the appendix for the environmental study. When you've opened that, the plan is on PDF page 206. So PDF page 206.
Okay, so we've got the yellow line, which is the extension from the A43.
That's correct on the southern side of Weekwood Avenue. So that runs
So is the existing crossing.
yes, so that runs for a length of about 80 metres, and then we'll see a star faster. That's currently a location in just an informal dropped curb crossing at the moment. And from then, cyclists and pedestrians, if they were minded to, could cross that location. And then you'll see an orange line on the opposite side of the road running for about 20 metres to the Sapcol site boundary, where the actual paved width of that route actually does materially widen from the standard footway width to 3 metres. And that then continue, that route, as you can see, continues around the perimeter of the Sapcol building.
Pedestrians and cyclists are not sharing the road, they're sharing the pavement.
Yes, most definitely, yes. And also on that plan, just for clarity, the route, the separate route which is proposed running behind of the Sapcol building, I think it's probably dashed in the light blue line, runs through to, you probably see at the eastern end where it says clock 6 with a green arrow. That's the, when we talk about an independent site, combined footway cycleway, that's what we refer to there, that's 270 metres. And just picking up on the point of the crossing as well, within the statement of common ground, you will have noted that there's reference to a draft condition, which actually is to look at the form of the crossing as part of the detailed design aspects and the safety audit in due course. And that condition is agreed with the highway authority.
So what's the intention of that condition?
The intention of that condition is to review the form of crossing at that location, which will take into account all considerations that will be undertaken. Safety audits are undertaken by independent parties, and they will do a review of that infrastructure and like any stage 1 or stage 1/2 safety audit, they put forward recommendations which the designer then reviews, which will be ourselves potentially at that point. That then gets put at our authority to whether or not they accept or reject recommendations. At the moment, it's not to preclude the form of crossing to come forward, it's to leave that option open to be what crossing is considered most appropriate for the context of the scheme in terms of the demand, in terms of the interaction between the vehicles along Weekwood Avenue and obviously the pedestrians and cyclists crossing at that point.
So depending on the outcome of the stage 1 approach stage 2 audit, it could be say signal control crossing.
It may be controlled crossing of some form, it may not necessarily be single control crossing, it could be a separate controlled crossing with a parallel crossing which you have for cyclists, but the safety audit is not, at the moment, we're not precluding any option for that crossing that we decided for the process of the safety audit.
that would be provided by the developer.
Safety audit. The subsequent crossing, yes. Also subject to discussions post safety audit with the highway authority to say you don't necessarily have to accept all recommendations of the safety audit, but you obviously have to have reasons why you don't want to accept it. That would be discussed with the highway authority to discharge that condition of planning.
So I've explained the situation to you. About traffic coming into the estate.
Yes, I do have some issues with the crossing issue, the crossings anyway, but in terms of the cycle path, I mentioned, oh, you know, you wouldn't want to be on the road, so obviously that's the situation at the moment, and it looks like the plan is to have shared use path, but as mentioned, shared use is not as desirable as having segregated use, and so and I just did want to just pop back on one point that was raised because it was read out slightly out of context. The point from 6.5.4 where it was said actual conflict may be rare. He actually said actual conflict is rare. This is between pedestrians and cyclists. The statement does say actual conflict may be rare, and this is the beginning of a sentence that is, well, you'll see the context, but the interactions between people moving at different speeds can be perceived to be unsafe and inaccessible, particularly by vulnerable pedestrians. So this is a really strong reason for having segregated cycleway is the perception of safety is a big barrier, or the perception of danger is a big barrier to people walking or scooting, or because what you're worried about is what actually stops you doing something rather than even an absolute real danger. I mean, the real danger is for cyclists if they then feel they have to go on the road because they don't like being in the way of the pedestrians, and then you've got the heavy traffic as well coming. So it is creating a danger and a perceived danger, both of which are going to make it difficult to achieve that modal shift on the site, which is required.
Also, just pick up on that point of the modal shift, for example, just for this site alone, pedestrian mode shift, if we reach the targets, we would be looking at an extra 6 pedestrian, an extra 7 pedestrians, and that's including those walking to from bus stops in the AM peak, 6 in the PM peak hour, and in terms of cyclists, just with the mode shift at the appeal site, it'd be an extra 5 cyclists in the AM, an extra 4 cyclists in the PM. I just feel that we need to consider the context of the volumes when there's references in LTM 120, particularly when the flows are high. The flows are not high, the flows will not be high.
A few other points within what said was on almost the alternative forms of transport. You mentioned the electric scooters. They're illegal, aren't they?
They're actually legal in Kettering because they're under a void trial, so they're very popular. They've actually helped the North Northamptonshire Council has really done well in my estimation with this. They have led in e-scooters and they've saved many car journeys. I'm not sure what the actual stats, but I think there was a press release recently, someone from Highways may be aware of this, but I think it's getting on for like 500,000 car journeys have been saved because of the introduction of the e-scooters in the county. So e-scooters are popular and they're a very good way, people particularly on low wages, being able to get to work, and they don't depend, it doesn't matter what time. I think they do have a cut-off point in the very middle of the night, but they're available late into the evening.
The other point was people crossing the access ways for the individual units. particularly the crossings that are on the Wheatleywood Avenue.
Yes, yes, because as people are walking or cycling on, if it's on the shared path to work, they have to keep stopping with it's in the highway code, it's the right of way is at crossing points like that is now for pedestrians and cyclists to have right of way. There's the hierarchy of road users with the most vulnerable at the top, and those at the top, those vulnerable road users such as walkers and cyclists, have priority at those junctions. A lot of drivers are not aware of this yet, so I would always urge pedestrians and cyclists to take care before stepping out. But with the lorries coming round, it doesn't look like there's any priority for pedestrians or cyclists, and often the priority is demonstrated or can be demonstrated using what's called like a Copenhagen crossing, which is where it's raised, so the level of the pavement is the level of the crossing, and that gives a physical message to the drivers going in and out of that junction, or they see that raised bit. It forces them to slow down, it forces them to look more and to take more care, and it makes those pedestrians and cyclists, anyone crossing that route, much safer.
Where the existing units are, that's out with this development.
Mm. This was, when I was saying about the junctions, that was for the new warehouses, the junctions between them, where the lorries come round and they share the same space. As they turn into the back of the units, they will come across the path of pedestrians and cyclists. And also in terms of, I know jumping back a little bit, but in terms of the flow of people, what's important isn't the flow over a day, but the peak time flow, because that's when there's lots of people toing and froing, and that's when the risks are.
It may be worth just transparency as well in terms of the concern someone is referring to, and also as HGVs enter and exit, obviously the service starts for different plots. Obviously, the shared combined footway cycleway along the western side of the access route overlaps with 3 of the units. Within each of those, where there are separate HGV access routes widened, refuges in the centre to allow cyclists to sit. But it's also, again, if you think about the context of the numbers, but only during, say, peak hours where, again, you expect peak arrivals and peak departure for your staff. For the overall, for the 8 units, which as you appreciate are 5 of the 6 units, across 5 units, potentially there may be 7 HGVs arriving in 60 parts in an hour. That's over 5 different units. And obviously it's only 2 of the 8 units actually interacting with cyclists on the western side of the actual access road. So again, in terms of context of the numbers, the HGVs overlapping with the peak arrivals and peak departures staff would be pretty limited. So it's considered that the measures which are being put forward, as I say, which are widened splitter islands, which allows a cycle to sit fully within on that island, are appropriate for these units.
That's something which the highway authority find acceptable. Yes. Okay, is there anything else you want to say on that particular topic?
If we're still talking about the crossings as well, I feel there's a big gap in provision because there isn't a crossing, a safe crossing for pedestrians and cyclists, and at the mouth of the the site. Now that is where people who go for walks around the site, they take a big loop around, and it's a very, very natural, what we call a desire line in transport, which is like the way people will naturally walk or want to cross. The natural place for many, many people to want to cross will be just inside, just away from the large roundabout, just inside the junction. You can probably see there's a path one side of the road, and then there's a path coming up from the front of the Starbucks, and also where the cycle path from the main road ends. There's a natural place to cross the road there. That is a very nasty place to cross the road, especially if you've, say, got small children, because this route isn't just about the people going to work on the site, it's about the routes that will continue to be available for the public and also for workers at lunchtime to be able to walk around and do the circle route. So there really needs to be a crossing there. It's quite a wide junction because it's got the lanes of traffic coming in and out. And when we were, when in 2020 there was what's called a commonplace survey done on what people in Northamptonshire how they would like their roads to be made safer. And that was basically a very big heat map online where anybody could go and point a pin and say it's to the road, the cross, there needs to be a crossing here, or this path is dangerous. And when that was done, all the results were available publicly, and they're still available. Then there was people had marked then back in 2020 that there needed to be a safe crossing there because that's where they went on their leisure walk. So even before this development, there was a big need for a safe crossing there because you've got lorries coming out of the site and they're coming round the corner. So if you're on the inside of the bend and crossing, so from south to north, you can't see lorries or vehicles coming around the corner from inside the site. And if you're crossing the other way from north to south, you can't easily see, and they can't see you, any vehicles coming off the roundabout. Because that road is a very fast road, there's a lot of people who come down it from Borby would come park around the roundabout and then come off in to buy their Starbucks coffee. And a lot of people really swing around that road, and there really does need to be a safe crossing there and traffic calming as well. So I think the crossing is in the wrong place. I would ideally like to see two crossings because obviously that would be good for people getting into the site, but having that crossing by the mouth, nearer to the mouth of the junction, would serve so many more people and is so important.
I'd just like to add to that, obviously the strategy you put forward in terms of pedestrian access, pedestrian and cycle access is actually related to the development, it's directly related to development, it's to address the needs and address the impacts of the development. The crossing located further along Ridgewood Avenue is on the design line to and from the appeal site, and that is the purpose of the crossing to Ridgewood Avenue.
We move on to the travel plan. I think to summarise your points, or you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but you think it's a bit of a pig, and basically what we're doing is putting lipstick on a pig. Still a pig.
Yes, and I do think that if this infrastructure within the site had been well designed, it could have been wonderful, really. I mean, one thing also that's not been mentioned, because I've talked about within the site, but raised in the statements, was the infrastructure to and from going out of the site, the external infrastructure. So I don't know if that's going to be covered at a later point or whether it's best to cover that now.
We'll be covering the final putative reason for refusal, which I think comes under that heading. What we're actually talking about is the travel plan and the success of the travel plan.
Oh, right, yeah. Sorry, I thought we were still on the last, summing up.
And basically, you're not very impressed with it.
No, I'm not. I mean, in my job, I support organisations, schools, large sites such as Rushden Lakes, which is a Crown Estate site, to develop and implement a travel plan and to monitor them properly and to actually do things that help people to change the way that they travel. And this travel plan just looks like an almost replica of the earlier travel plans for the site, which have the same management. And I've not seen any evidence locally of those earlier travel plans having been actually implemented and reported on accurately. What an organisation is meant to do when they have a travel plan for planning purposes. Sorry if I'm telling you stuff you already know, but they're meant to be reporting annually and doing a mode of travel survey for members of staff to look at what the changes are. And that report is meant to be submitted to the local highways authority, so they can see that the change is happening. They've got somebody to answer to. Now, I'm just not aware of very much happening at all in those other ones for the same site. So I don't have any conviction that anything better will happen with this new travel plan.
Do you want to say something in relation to previous travel plans and their efficacy?
Well, clearly that's not relevant to this application. However, obviously there is a monitoring fee associated and monitor reports with previous applications, and the key idea behind that is to see whether or not they can achieve the assessment figure and whether or not anything else further is required in order to achieve that.
But have you had any reports or in relation to that? Sorry?
Not myself personally, but I imagine the travel choices team within NNC would be monitoring those sites.
I think also there's a couple of points which obviously may be worth noting in terms of the difference between the travel planning put forward for this particular appeal site, which is obviously what we're discussing, and the preceding references. I think Mr. Holland is referring to the Stafford site and the Iron Kelly Phase 2 site, which is two schemes we have also been involved in the past. Previously, those two plots have come forward as standalone individual units passed on to the tenant. So obviously, that can't be one. Kelly Phase 2 will be the other. That's not yet been built. In that role, the travel plan coordinator role generally gets passed on to the tenants because it's an individual standalone travel plan. Difference here. This scheme comes forward, as you're aware, with 6 different units. The travel plan has put forward 2 different roles. There will be a site-wide travel plan coordinator who will be appointed by the scheme promoter. We would have an overarching role throughout the lifetime of the travel plan. They wouldn't be passing on that role to anybody else. The tenants will be obligated to appoint a travel plan champion who would effectively take that role day to day within individual units to advise their staff on travel planning. So the difference between the travel planning for this scheme and this site reference is that the scheme promoter would have a continual involvement in the scheme and the travel planning. And the second point is reference about monitoring. Well, actually, there's 2 points. Firstly, there's draft condition that I believe draft condition 25, which would require an updated travel plan to be prepared prior to occupation. That point we've developed from the framework which has been put forward for start, but that is a draft condition, and also there's a draft section 106 obligation which actually provides the council £5,000 to cover their monitoring fees. So it was a formal arrangement for monitoring for this. There would be, well, I say would be a formal arrangement for monitoring if their costs were covered by that. So that's two differences between this appeal side and the two plots which have come before.
What's the stick to beat the individual tenants in terms of developing and adhering to the travel plan?
Well, there will be obligations within their tenancies, which certain measures they have to implement. For example, whilst the steam promoter will be installing the sample parking facilities external to the units, one of the measures put forward as an obligation to pass on to the tenant is actually they should install locker capacity equivalent to that number. So for every cycle parking space, there would be a locker space. So that's something that would be obligated upon them. In terms of sort of carrot and stick, that will come down to monitoring, and we'll see there's a target load shift of shifting from car driver from 79% to 59%. Obviously, the monitoring process, normally you'd have a monitoring process, maybe after year 1, year 3, year 5. There'd be regular meetings with the highway authority who are monitoring it, and it'll be through those discussions with the highway authority what decisions are made to try and get control plan back on track if it's not on track. And again, I hate to use the word context again, but the actual mode shift numbers we're looking at, say between year 1 and year 3, you'd be potentially looking to shift from car to other modes, from car driver to other modes. In the AM peak hour, you can shift 8 persons, in the PM peak 7 persons. Then in the following 2 years, from year 3 to year 5, you'd be looking again for that same shift. And that would be amongst all of those: car, passenger, motorcycle, bus, rail, cycle, on foot. So they're not, even though we are targeting that shift, I think it's a realistic shift for the context of the site. And those are, I would think, only achievable with the measures which have been put forward in the framework. But of course, obviously, the local authority will review the further travel plan prior to occupation, and if they do not consider the measures to be robust enough, then they can comment on it at that time. But the framework travel plan to date has had the support of the highway authority. That was agreed at quite an early stage of discussions, and so that sets the template for travel planning going forward.
Comment?
Yes, travel plans obviously put together for planning purposes. The framework travel plan is going to be of a different nature of the actual travel plan once the staff are there and actually doing things. A travel plan isn't something you just do and monitor and you tick a box. It's something that's a living document. It needs somebody within the organisation who really believes it and cares about it and is able to engage within their local, that business's own community. It's not just about staff journeys to work, it's about visitor journeys, it's about deliveries. It's also, you know, the best travel plans are about how that organisation also connects with others in their communities and does collaborative things in order to increase the modal shift. There is a very good framework structure for travel plans called the Mode Shift Stars accreditation, which is nationally recognised by the Department for Transport as a good sort of framework for developing travel plans, and that includes a lot of practical activities like a bike to breakfast day, about how you're promoting your travel plan, how you're making sure you're engaging a wide number of people across the community. It's not just about the journey to and from work, it's about your travel habits and your lifestyle. It's a very, very important and special tool which businesses and sites can use to have a really great impact on the lives and the well-being of the local environment as well as their staff. So, and I'm not saying that every site is expected to achieve the high levels of accreditations that the Mode Shift Stars scheme can take you up to in steps, but there are examples of local sites who do that, and they get the benefits themselves as businesses for doing really doing it well. So in terms of this site, I still do not have any conviction that the travel plan will be done really well, that it will be embedded in the community, it will become an ethos. £1,000 a year is not that much when it comes to the cost of implementing and paying professional to monitor and respond to the council on that.
The £5,000 is for the council to monitor it, not.
Yeah, so that's £1,000 a year for the council to monitor it. So it sounds like, oh, we're paying £5,000 for travel towards doing a good travel plan. Well, that's the monitoring fee for the council. That's not any money's being put in to say, well, let's put this money in to pay somebody within the site to be able to do a really good travel plan.
You seem to be conflating things again. Mr. Shepherd explained the basis of the travel plan, which was the overarching individual being provided by the promoter, who would have an overview of all the units, and then the individual units, individual companies would have their own travel plan champion, an employee whose part of their responsibility would be there to develop, promote the travel plan. The £5,000 is to pay towards the staff costs of the council. Check it out. So
okay.
The content of the plan, I think it says suggested condition.
I think it's draft condition 20.
Prior to the first occupation, a detailed travel plan covering the development shall be submitted and approved in writing. So that's where the quality of the travel plan is assessed.
So that initial travel plan is assessed and then annually, so I believe they're meant to be monitored annually, not once every 2 years as mentioned, but actually implementing the travel plan requires, as mentioned, the travel champion within those individual businesses. So how are we going to get the businesses to do that? If they're told, oh, you've got to do it, well, there's...
As I understand, it's an obligation of the tenancy agreement.
Yeah, yes, we've put that forward as an obligation.
So, but what's the stick then if your overarching travel plan coordinator doesn't think that box 6 is performing? What's the stick? How does the promoter beat that operator?
Well, I think in that instance, the site-wide travel plan coordinator would have to assume that role within that individual unit. It's not a detail. It's not a detail we've obviously considered at this point in time. Given the infrastructure coming forward and the numbers we're looking at, but there will be obviously the measures for scheme promoters already committed to. That will be funded only by them, and obviously on the obligations such as a locker space.
Essentially, are they breaking the terms of their tenancy agreement?
I guess it would depend how it's written.
But it could be.
It could be, yes.
Well, maybe that's something that needs to be really clearly in the tenancy agreement. But my concern also is the history of the travel plans. For example, as we mentioned, the earlier one, I know it's an individual tenant, it's not an overall one, but it's the same. The same team have the shared responsibility for implementing those individual ones. The IM Kelly and the Sal Cole. Sorry, the name Sal. Tackle. Thank you. For implementing and monitoring those. And the IM Kelly one, in the travel plan, it says that the mode shift star system will be used for monitoring this travel plan, and as the same team had shared responsibility for doing that, and I've seen no evidence of there being a motive stars travel plan, because to be honest, if an organisation did one and they got their accreditation, they would shout about it because it's great, it's good PR. They'd at least have it on their website, because that's part of having a travel plan, is to promote it on your website. So I'm not convinced that there will be any real action on their travel plans beyond the initial installing lockers, installing cycle paths. And the other issue I have with the travel plans is that I know that historically, for whatever reasons, Northamptonshire Highways has not been great at monitoring travel plans. And nothing personal, guys, but it's about, I believe, probably about lack of resource there and other priorities. Getting travel plans through initially, full planning has been and monitoring those has been the priority. And they've not had the resource to be able to monitor all the travel plans and to be chasing people up on the travel plans that are supposed to be having monitoring reports submitted. And the reason I know this is because our organisation supported Rushden Lakes to do their travel plan monitoring over the last 3 years, and we've submitted monitoring reports to the Smarter Travel team and said, wow, this is great. This is an example that we need to be able to show others, because we haven't really got any good examples. So I'm not working in the council, but I'm getting a very strong impression, and they may be able to correct me, or they may not, or their colleagues may be able to, but I'm under the strong impression that the Highways Authority does not lay down the law strictly to ensure that subsequent years' travel plans are checked and monitored and chased up on. And like I say, it's probably lack of resource, and ultimately it's up to the site owner to fulfil that responsibility and not have to be chased. So those 2 travel plans that I've mentioned that are single ones, but they are the same, they have shared responsibility for delivering them. I've seen no evidence of any monitoring of those or of any measures actually taking place. And if there were measures in terms of activities with people taking part in stuff and that behaviour change, the motivation that you need, then I think we would have heard about them.
Isn't it right that you can, any planning permission can only give tools for people to work with, whether those tools are used is not in itself a reason not to grant planning. Just because the council are lacking in their activities, it's not a reason not to grant planning permission, is it? If they've got the tools, it's up to them to use it.
So do you mean the council have the tools? Yeah. Yes.
I mean the travel the condition requires an updated travel plan to be submitted and agreed. So the contents of the travel plan, the nature of the travel plan, the activities that the travel plan is going to cover can be agreed with the local planning authority in consultation with their highways colleagues. But it's for them to follow up.
Yes, I agree. That's why I'm kind of apologising to Northamptonshire Highways. It's for the site owner. It's their responsibility to fulfil the requirements that have been placed on them, which are the annual monitoring and the actually delivering activities. And the local authority can do their best. Some local authorities will such as Swindon, will say that you have to pay a bond, a large amount of money, and then as you give your monitoring reports in, as you prove that mode of travel change, you get some of that money back as a developer. I'm not sure on the technical aspects of how it works, but I know that's something that is used by other highways authorities. But then some highways authorities just say, well, there's not much we can do, and we're actually really busy with this other stuff, which is totally understandable. So it's maybe more of a systematic problem rather than specific. But if you have a travel plan and you spend all this money and resource on writing it, and you do the initial things like the lockers and the cycleways, but nothing else happens after it, and it just gathers dust on a shelf, what's the point? It's just not fulfilling the purpose it's meant to. And if we're all trying to, make things better, make it easier for people to get to work, make it, be producing less carbon, transport is the largest source of carbon emissions. We're trying to get to net zero as a country. If we want to do that, then these travel plans need to be taken seriously and they need to be monitored, and the developers have to fulfill that.
This is the side that monitors it. This is the side that produces it. Those are the tools. What you're saying is, well, there's not much point in doing anything because no one's going to do it. That's your point.
Yeah, but it's meant to be done. The intention is there that a developer has to do a travel plan because we all want to get that modal shift, but it's not going to happen.
They've got to do one.
They've got to do one, yes, but doing it isn't, as in writing it and submitting it at the early stages. If they don't continue to actually work on it and monitor it and feed that back to the council, and the council know that they're starting to get that modal shift, then there's no point in having it.
If they don't do it, the council will know, so the council have got to take the action.
But the council hasn't always got the resources to take the action, so they may not.
In that world, you do not. No one would build anything anywhere because you don't think the council are going to carry out their job.
So what it needs is the council possibly to get the resource in order to carry out the job of making sure that monitoring is robust and done.
But that's not the responsibility of the developer. The developer is providing the tools.
As in the travel plan for 1 year, they're providing a travel plan for 1 year, but then they're not actually doing it. They're not doing the.
Mr. Shepherd, do you want to?
Well, I suppose obviously preparing a travel plan prior to occupation as a draft condition 29 says. Obviously, we are providing the local authority with the tools to monitor it by committing to the obligation for monitoring fee. I think that's reflects the scale and extent of this scheme, which may be in comparison to, say, some of the preceding schemes on the business park. And obviously, the floor area across this whole site is, upwards of 30,000 meters. The individual units, obviously, the standalone are different sizes. But obviously, yes, this is pretty much all plan at the application stage. Obviously, they will get taken forward at the next stage, draft petition 25. We are providing tools for our authority or their team to monitor it, which may have been lacking before. They may have not been fully monitoring contribution to commitments. But here, it's in draft 106, an obligation that we will fund that. So we are giving the higher authority a tool as well. So in terms of resource, effectively, I consider that money is equivalent to what the resource they need to monitor the travel plan.
I think it needs a lot more than them to be saying to the council, "Oh, you're monitoring it now." Is average £1,000 a year to monitor. That is not enough to be able to get the modal shift that is needed.
Well, that's what the council have asked for. That's what they consider is necessary.
Well, I think they should have asked for more. I think they should have. They should be looking at a bond system. I think they should also be giving support to businesses because businesses don't always have the local knowledge to be able to do good travel plans. There's a lot the council could do, but I do understand, you know, we've got a new unitary authority. Some people are still not in post yet. There's a various reasons. So, well, sometimes I'm excusing the council. I'm being critical friend, really. I think. And
I think we've covered this as much as we can. We're starting to go around in a circle. Right. Mr. Stinston, you can cover this in your submissions.
Indeed.
Right. I think the final point, assuming that the last bit on the agenda is to cover the fugitive refusal list. Sorry? Yeah. I have to say, I didn't fully understand this reading. It would be a useful starting point if you could actually explain what it means.
I just start. If you look at letter C of policy 36.
Why isn't when we want to look at
C, yeah. To deliver an integrated transport network that is focused on walking, cycling, and excellent public transport. So walking and cycling is where we're going with this, and provides convenient, permeable, and safe routes that connect Kettering North, that's the site, to the adjoining business park, the town centre areas, the key point, areas to the south of Weekly Wood Lane and to the countryside. So areas to the south of Weekly Wood Lane. So it's the connection, not down the A43, but down to Weekly Wood Lane, across Weekly Wood Lane, to the south and to the housing areas integrated.
This is where the lay-by is on the Weekly Wood Lane, where the public footpath goes through the gate, and there's a corresponding one on the opposite side.
Well, they're not really corresponding. You have to go along an unpaved bit for a while and run to avoid the traffic. And then for the implementation of the master plan linked to the delivery of infrastructure. So the real question is, there are routes shown in the master plan for this, although we'll come to the text in a minute, but there aren't proposals for phase 1 for this application. The master plan, if it ever comes forward, will deliver. But phase 1 doesn't do anything about this at all, and the text is really quite clear about what's required. If you go to 10.61 and right through to 63, we start at 1061. We've got that there. Yeah. Weekly Wood Lane forms a significant barrier for pedestrians and cyclists, and that would of course include people going to work at the employment site. Whilst the woodland to the south of the lane further separates the site from Kettering. So you've got both the road itself and then the woodland just creating a boundary, a significant boundary. I think you can see that on the red dotted line on the plan above, main barriers to connectivity. Despite reduction in traffic along this section of road following the construction of Corby Link Road, that's the A43. The planned weekly walks and avenue and development of Kettering East will increase traffic flows. The strategy will need to be developed to ensure that Kettering North is well connected to the adjoining business park, town centre, and residential areas to the south of the Weekly Wood Lane, that is. So despite these constraints, there are opportunities to improve connectivity. These improvements should include safe and convenient pedestrian and cycle links across Weekly Wood Lane, and to the services and facilities on the adjoining business park. The woodlands south of Weekly Wood Lane is in the ownership of the site promoter. A proposal should enhance the safety and quality of links through this southern woodland to the residential area beyond, and identify further opportunities to enhance connectivity towards the town centre. In other words, this is all about creating the opportunities for people to use sustainable modes off the A43 through phase 2 into phase 1. And the absent that, you've got the major constraint that was identified in the sustainability appraisal, namely the lack of connectivity across Weekwood Lane. So the sustainability appraisal had a big red against connectivity to the site. And the way to overcome the connectivity concern was crossings of Weekwood Lane. That's the introduction to the points, and now I'll leave it to the experts to talk you through any points you have on that.
Policy acknowledges that the development of the Kettering North can be phased.
Still got to deliver the essential attributes of the development for any standalone unit. I mean, if the northern phase one, is part of the application, and the fundamental point we raise is that this standalone application for a part of the allocation doesn't meet the connectivity requirements of the allocation as a whole. And there's no promise that phase two will ever come forward.
But in section 106 agreement, which says the occupation of the fifth unit per 6 unit.
Yeah, a planning application. So, but we know that this has, if you're not, we know the master plan is supposed to be the key thing that drives all of this. The infrastructure under I, the infrastructure is supposed to be tied in a way that we know that the northern phase is coming forward first, as by a choice of the developer, and we know that that northern phase is required. So it's really as simple as that. And I'll show that there's no real reason why it shouldn't, because this phase does actually touch the Weekwood Lane. And the landowner owns all the land on the north of Weekwood Lane, so right paths and crossing points, whatever, all the way along, wherever they chose along there to provide the integration that's required.
Can I split it down into bits? Because it talks about connect Kettering North to the adjoining business park, the town centre areas to the south of the town centre. So what we essentially discussed overall in the afternoon has been the connection westward in terms of the cycle path, the footpath, the pedestrian only path behind the existing unit, and the crossing,
and the bus stops,
all across to the west. Yeah. So, is it fair to assume that that part of that sentence is compliant?
Let me just read which part of which sentence. Sorry, you're in C again. Sorry, so yeah.
Yes.
To the adjoining Kettering Business Park. Yes, that is correct. Yes.
So
that's it. That's positive.
It's the other bit. The town centre areas to the south of Weekwood Lane and the countryside.
Yeah, so it's the town centre and areas to the south of Weekwood Lane. Because the supporting text tells you that you're supposed to be using the southern woodland to improve connectivity through to the town centre, and of course it tells you all about the constraints on connectivity caused by Weekwood Lane itself. And you've got to find a way of crossing.
So it's 50% of that sentence.
Yeah.
And although there is a illustrative master plan which identifies something is going to happen,
Might identify potential crossing,
which would control traffic on the road to allow for
it's not here, it's not part of this application, and it has to be. That's our point, it just has to be. It's no good just saying, oh, we might come forward in some future master plan, which is unspecific. That's not how the policy works. You can't just pick and choose which bits of the policy you want to comply with by passing down phases.
So I made the note. Basically, you don't know if and when. That's the issue, isn't it? It's not secured by the commission. if and when.
This application has to be judged on its own merits.
Because you don't know what this application is doing there from the web.
We do know it's not doing it. We know it's not. We know this application is not doing it.
Mr. Shepherd or?
No, that's fine. I mean, I think I set out in my proof why we feel that the appeal side does accord with policy on this ground. We approached it looking at each of those travel, pedestrian access, cycle access, and obviously access to public transport, which also we have talked about in quite a lot of detail this afternoon regarding the routes to and from the A43. And considering the main part of the appeal side where the actual units are going to be are the existing Wheatley Avenue, acknowledging that obviously the overall application site boundary does come down to Wheatley Lane, but the key origin and destination is the built area at the end of Wheatley Avenue. And so we approached it looking at each of those three modes of travel. And so in terms of connectivity to the residential neighbourhood to the south of Wheatley Lane, which I understand is called Bramble Side, we've looked at two walking routes. Obviously there's a walking route which would be available on the A43, which has, there's a plan. It's Appendix B of my proof, which is called document 6.4. Appendix B.
Walking route overview.
That's correct, sir. And so the annotations in green relates to using the A43 corridor, and then any annotations in blue reflect going by Wheatley Lane and the crossing on Wheatley Lane. And so what we looked at is, for example, in terms of pedestrian access, to get to the Brambleside neighbourhood, walking along the A43, using control crossings which are in existence currently at the junction of Rockingham Road, Wheatley Lane. You could enter into the Brambleside residential area within about 975 metres of the site access. If you were to walk via the sort of permitted public footpath routes southwards from the appeal site to where the public rights of way comes across Wheatley Lane, and then carry on through the Southern Wood to Brambleside, you'd be a walk distance of 725 metres. That's a difference of 3 minutes typically to get to the same residential neighbourhood. Admittedly, on one route you get to the western side of the neighbourhood, on the other side you get to the eastern side of the neighbourhood, but you're still getting to the same residential area, which would be within a typical walking distance of units to the site. In terms of cycling, we did the same exercise. As you've obviously heard already, there's already existing cycle infrastructure along the A40 corridor, and also you've already heard about the walk and cycle distance between the site and the A43 corridor. There is no cycle infrastructure currently along Wheatley Lane to interconnect, and once again, the cyclists would have to go through a distance of 725 metres. But to be fair, in terms of any mode shift, in that sort of area of North Kettering, we would want to promote walking from, because it's the nearest residential area. Cycling is way more further afield anyhow, but they have an existing corridor along the A43 which can be used. And in terms of public transport access, again, you've heard the proximity of bus stops on the A43. We also put forward there around about 800 metres from the site. At this point, that's around about 10 minutes. If you took the alternative route by Wheatley Lane into Brambleside, there is an alternative bus route. But in comparison, the walk distance is maybe about 1 kilometre to the nearest bus stop in Brambleside, so it's a further distance. But more importantly, the bus route currently going around Brambleside runs the loop service 5 times a day, in comparison to the half-hourly bus route along the A43. So accessing the bus stop in Brambleside doesn't materially enhance the public transport access to the site when there's only 5 buses a day compared to, if I do my maths, 12 times 2, 24 buses between 7 and 7 along the A43. And also, even if you were minded to use one of the 5 buses a day, which runs along Brambleside, it connects with Kettering Town Centre, which likewise so does the X4, and it does connect with a couple of the outlying villages, I believe, including Frankston being one, the early roads nighttime stand. So we consider, based on those sort of route options, bringing forward infrastructure towards Weekwood Lane isn't necessary for this part of the allocation site, and it does allow connectivity to the south of Weekwood Lane using the existing routes on the A43.
Just in addition to that, I won't go into it now, but what we always say in closing is that given that we all agree on, the main parties agree, that the policy admits the phased approach, which is what's being done. And given that we all agree that the wider master plan is capable of, even on the council's view of what the policy requires, meeting it. We are going to be saying that there's just a requirement for phase one of the wider allocation to tick every single box required by the allocation, possibly.
But there is no master plan.
There's a master plan that's before you as part of the.
Yes, but it's not in the terms of the policy agreed master plan.
Well, no, well, that's something that we're going to deal with in the planning evidence. You're right, it's not been agreed by the LPA. That's right. It's before you vote. I'm not saying it's agreed, but it's not been agreed by the planning evidence. But it's going to be subject to review and comment by you as part of this appeal, as we all come to. But the point is that this is one phase of a two-phase scheme. We all agree, as in we all think that the council agree that the policy admits of a phased approach. It obviously could never be the role of one phase of a two-phase scheme to do everything that both phases need to do all at once. And so, for all the reason that we've already did, we do more than enough in order to secure the objectives of subpart C in phase two. Comes forward if you grant phase one, then phase two will be able to do the rest.
Thank you, sir. I think first to recognise that we're just kind of looking at the walking and cycling, and also the fact that there's an awful lot of Kettering kind of to the northeast. There's a kind of a big population that live there, and to travel kind of all the way to the A43 to use those footpath things is convoluted. It's unattractive. If you live kind of to the northeast of Kettering, you'd be unlikely you'd want to travel that route. You'd want to use a more attractive, a close, less. Well, you use the footpaths already there essentially, and also I'll add that Kettering is extending to the east. There's a massive kind of sustainable urban extension there, so it makes sense for this link to be proposed as part of that kind of to link up with the growing population. And to come back on because of where this phase is located towards the northern end, it's standalone. If phase two was in effect phase one, if you like, then absolutely, then that would make more sense, and that you'd have the linkages straight over Weekwood Lane. But because you don't have that, there's a big gap of unmade footpaths. It's a difficult. It's very dangerous actually to cross that Weekwood Lane, and yeah, it's kind of indicative of the standalone nature of this phase and its poor connectivity.
Our next sessions on what the science was saying in the proposal.
Anything else you want to say?
In terms of the external connectivity, we moving on to the link between the site and the town centre. Are we covering that now, or?
We just covered it.
Yeah. Okay. Can I say a little bit more on that? I mean, obviously this link that is mentioned is really important because of the growing population of East Kettering, but there's people who do want to get to the town centre cycling. The plan is supposed to have good cycle connections to the town centre. Well, currently it is not a good cycle connection from the Rockingham Road into the town centre. The northern top part of Rockingham Road, there are some shared cycle paths which are not brilliant, but they're fair enough. But the last bit into the town centre is extremely dangerous to cycle along. There is no shared paths. There's a lot of busy traffic taking into that final last bit into the town centre. There's a large junction there which isn't cycle friendly. It is not a route that people want to cycle, and it is the most direct route not only to the town centre but onwards to the station. Now, in my role, I've been working on the local cycling and walking infrastructure plan for Kettering in partnership with the WSP, the engineers for the highways, and I know that route, and I know that the now adopted what's called the LCWIP, Local Cycling and Walking Infrastructure Plan, the adopted local LCWIP for Kettering that the executive members have all approved and is now the standard, and that outlines where new routes are needed, and that is one of the prime routes that it is recommended that it has a segregated cycleway all the way from that roundabout at the top of Rockingham Road all the way into the town centre for it to be segregated. So we've got the pavements, then we've got the cycle track, and then the roadway. Now this project this development is, potentially a good source of funding for making that route actually happen, but there's been no suggestion of any developer contributions going towards implementing that route, which has been recognised as a key route into Kettering, which would also link up to thousands of people living either side of that route, because there's very dense housing. So it would have a very big impact on those people being able to get safely to work on the site or other businesses near the site. So I think the sort of lack of any sign of contribution to improving the wider Kettering network for safe cycling is a real shame.
Kevin, do you want to respond to that? Or you?
I think again, it's context and development. We've already discussed what sort of the levels of cycling activity we do anticipate for the site, and the A43 Rockingham Road is the direct route. It's also currently used by cyclists, also with shared use facilities. And but I feel that again, we provide a connectivity to the infrastructure. So we are making sure that our site is connected to the cycle network, which I think is important.
According to the Kettering Cycle Network, there is a cycle route south of the A43 round road.
That's correct. This is what we're saying. It's a shared. I think the northern section of the road is shared use, and then I think it's the Britannia Park roundabout where it becomes on the streets. It is signed on the streets rather than so. I'm well aware that cyclists are using that route. I suspect the reason that the initial section is shared use and some section is mixed up on the streets because of that roundabout. Obviously, lots of traffic turn and don't want to move to the town centre. But yes, you're right. That Kettering cycle network is shared use.
For the first half, and then the last half, which is where there's the most traffic, is the most dangerous bit where you really wouldn't want to cycle. It has paint on the road, which is now considered under the LTM 120 paint isn't protection, and actually lots of cars park on top of the marked cycleways anyway, and it's full of potholes and all sorts, and it doesn't have the right token crossings at the end either. There is quite a lot of detail on the need for a good cycle infrastructure development along that road. It's all outlined in the full detailed Kettering local cycling walking infrastructure plan.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, we covered that topic.
What to do next?
The next one is ecology.
I think we'd be all right. I think Mr. Smith might have an issue on witness availability.
Yes, made endeavours to check that out, obviously, because I can see the timetable moving forward. My witnesses will not be available till tomorrow morning.
So we can't do that. Is there? Correct. Our landscape and Brockers isn't feeling well, although she's feeling better than when she's not here, so we can't. I think maybe shorter options.
Well, the timetable was going to take highways to the end of today, wasn't it?
Yes, we're running ahead, which is not the end of the world, but nice to
not losing time, but
just trying to make efficient use as we can. But it might just be that there's nothing that easily slots into the rest of the day.
Your closing submissions, yeah.
Absolutely.
There's nothing we can fill the gap with.
It doesn't seem, there's nothing obvious. No.
Read them yet.
So I agree.
We're happy that we normally pass the bills off.
Well, I can fill the afternoon by reading ahead.
So we'll pick up with ecology in the morning.
Are you happy with just before this afternoon? You told my voice isn't being picked up. Just to avoid a situation like this occurring, do we have any indication of view as to how long the ecology session will be tomorrow, so we can plan our witnesses to be available if need be?
I would guess it would be longer than highways, I would have thought.
We put in the whole morning session.
We'll certainly finish it in the morning.
Yeah.
I would have thought certainly. So I would have thought we should be looking ahead in the programme and looking to bring things forward and make our so it's available for one.
We should be ready to move on with landscape once we get through ecology. And we will be. I think from now on, we should, if things finish early, we should hopefully.
Your landscape witnesses definitely coming here tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah. So we'll be moving on as soon as we're done with landscape, which will be tomorrow. We'll put that on tomorrow.
We might get through the whole landscape tomorrow.
We might get, that's what I was going to say. We might get through the whole landscape tomorrow. I think that's a realistic possibility. And if that were to happen, we'd be kicking right off on the related matters.
Yeah. Right.
Are we going to say now that we won't get beyond landscape tomorrow?
That's a good question. I think that would be quite useful to confirm that. I think that seems like a reasonable individual. Again, in terms of witness availability, I'd be content to say that if we got to the end of landscape tomorrow, we'll probably likely to stop rather than because the next thing would be the round table. So that's quite a sort of quite heavy exercise. So yeah, so should we say landscape but no more, ecology and landscape tomorrow, but no more.
Yeah. You happy with 9:30 start?
Yes, sir.
Unless there's anything else, we'll adjourn and resume at 9:30. We can leave stuff in the room overnight.
Sure.